Welcome, traveler, to Class&Cool, where campfires crackle, steel sings, and legends are forged one pull at a time. Tonight, we venture into forgotten ruins, brave, dangerous dungeons, and chase rare loot across wild frontiers. Allies may rise, enemies may awaken, and the next epic story could begin with our very first step. Ready your spells, sharpen your blade. The adventure starts now.
Alright, welcome back to Class&Cool. We are back with some EverQuest Legends. Hope everybody's having a good night. Yesterday was pretty interesting. Must say I had a lot of fun. And today we're going to continue our little adventure. We made it to level 8. Yeah, we made it to level 8. The Warden of Faydark is how I named my character, but he's a Ranger, Druid, Monk combo. He's yet to receive the Monk combo, but you know, we're very close. We're about 2 levels away from level 10, so I'm hoping to get to that level today. I'm hoping to get my first ranged weapon, so I'm probably just going to buy, you know, a longbow. How exciting. Because this is classic era, pre-planar, pre-Kunark, pre-Velius, pre-all expansions, so it's going to be interesting. I want to head back to Greater Faydark and do some stuff, but anywho, before we get into that, if you guys are new here, I check out classically inspired MMORPGs like EverQuest and Monsters and Memories, Agile and Online, and in this case, EverQuest Legends. EverQuest Legends is basically a reimagining of the classic 1999 EverQuest. It keeps everything the same as far as the world, the graphics, the danger, the atmosphere, music, everything. But then it adds new systems for multi-classing, AA progression, which normally was only available after Luckland. There's scalability, difficulty scalability, which is you can basically change from like level 0 to level 4 difficulty, and that will impact your the loot drops. So, and then last but not least, there's loot customization. They have a lot of more stuff planned. I haven't spent a lot of time getting caught up on the dev vlogs or the dev streams, but apparently there's going to be player housing. All of this is alleged. Player housing, player marketplace, 2 forms of like EC tunnel, East Common Lands tunnel. So we'll see. This game has garnered a huge amount of attention, a huge amount of popularity. So in July when it launches, I expect there to be thousands of people that are going to join in to the fun. But for now, we're just here to check out the beta, see how it feels, and just have a little fun in Norrath. So let's see, without further ado, I say we just get right into it, shall we? So like I said yesterday, we made it to level 8. We went to Unrest with Dracos. As you can see, we are still rocking the worn green tunic that we got at level 1. But as you can see, we're looking great as always, because, you know, being a wood elf and all. So what I'm thinking about doing is heading back into Unrest just for one moment, seeing how my new spells feel, and then heading back to Greater Faydark to get some revenge on the orcs. Let's do that now, actually. Alright, so we've been using a skeleton rod, which is +1, 4 damage, 27 delay, 4 damage, 29 delay for this short sword. That's literally the no-drop weapon that came with my character. As far as bags, what's this? 3 damage, 24 delay. Don't really need to use any of this here. And then Rusty Scimitar, 6 damage, 35 delay. Okay. These are the little, for those of you that, you know, have no idea what these are, because I didn't know what these were yesterday. These help you upgrade items. So I don't think it's going to work right now if I use this as an example, but normally you can place the item there to upgrade it. Let's kill this Will-O-Wisp really quick. What level is he? He's level 11. Let's snare him just in case. Nope. That's not. That was no. I almost AoE'd him and the zombie. That's not good. Let's see. Snare. Man, he's hitting me hard. Burnt out light stone, of course. All right, great. So we have that. Let me turn on my... All right, so let's see, ignite. Let's replace ignite with burst of fire. Oh, okay. Well, that was rude. I really need to fix my UI. Alright, so what I was doing, okay, ignite, that's level 8, burst of fire level 3, burst of flame level, what the freak? Nice. Okay, big damage. Hopefully we don't get interrupted this time. Let me get some situational awareness here. This is not a good place to sit. Alright, light healing, that's level 9, so we don't need to worry about that for one more low. Strength of Earth, we don't need to worry about that. Thistle Coat. Okay, cool. Who's he? Orvin. There's got to be a player, right? Yeah, that's just a random player. Or no. I'm confused. Hold on, who all Warden? Is that a real player? That's not a real player, that's an NPC. Okay. Never seen him before. He's a level 15 rogue, so I don't want to get backstabbed by him. Alright, before we go inside there, give me a second here. Okay, cool. So anyways, today we're gonna head over back to Greater Faydark. We're gonna hang out over there, and we are going to get some Crushbone orc belts. But for now, let's see how we handle this. Looks like there's some people in here. Level 7 Paladin, Starlight. Who else? Frog Slayer, Cleric, Bard, Wizard. Okay. I don't want to pull that, dude. Uh-oh, am I stuck? Oh, that's not good. Oh no, I'm stuck. Well, okay, looks like we're going back to Greater Faydark before. Sooner than we thought. Back to safety. Alright, nice to be home. Let me talk to my guild master really quick. So dual wield. See, somebody said to me yesterday, make sure I have dual wield. I mean, clearly I have dual wield because it's leveled up, so I'm not going to train any points into it. That's just going to cost me money. Rai said smooth. Yeah, very smooth, right? Yeah, let's just go check out Unrest and then get stuck. Alright, tell you what, we're gonna do this first. Ranger spells, weapons, longbow. 4 platinum, jeez, man. Are these classic prices? That's kind of painful. Okay, basic arrow is 9 copper. I wonder how fletching and everything works here, because that's one of the things that I used to do. I used to fletch. Oof, that's bright. Sheesh. Alright, so let's see. Short bow is 6 damage, 40 delay. Long bow is 8 damage, 51 delay. Hunting bow is 5 damage, 43 delay. I mean, do they have a short bow? Excuse me. Short bow. No, short bow. There you go. Short bow is 6 damage, 40 delay. But I think the main difference between a short bow and a long bow is the range. Range is 100 on a long bow, and a short bow is 50. I think we're going to stick to the long bow. Screw it. What? Yeah, short bow is 640, 851, 543. Let me see how accurate that is. Where's the short bow? Oh man, whoever created the EQ Legends wiki, because I was on the P99 wiki a moment ago, and for whatever reason, I couldn't get dark mode to work. But whoever made the EQ Legends wiki, and everything is in dark mode by default, thank you. Thank you a lot. Okay, so we have hunting bow. So that's hunting bow. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Range 50 for the hunting bow. Range 50 for that bow. And then longbow is 100, right? Longbow. So obviously short bow is the best balance. Longbow has the most range. I feel like I should just go with the longbow. Screw it. Let's go with the longbow. Okay. At least now we can officially be considered a ranger. Yep. Ba 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 da da. Look at your boy. Look at us. Now the only sad thing is, you know, we just spent all our spell we just spent all our spell money. We just spent all our spell money, but not really. We should still have 2 to 3 plat left over. So where are we right now? There's the Druid Guild over there, Ranger Guild here. That means the bank should be over here. Nope. Wait a minute. Sorry, I got discombobulated for a second there. Inurai said, you know, I wish I got the beta key, but I also have not narrowed down my class combo, so it'd be useless. Yeah. The struggle is real when it comes to that. Adrian TH2FJ said, can you merge merchant bows for better stats? Yes, sir, you can. But you also need to keep in mind you need 4 platinum for that. I mean, 4, 3, whatever. I paid 3 platinum, 9 gold, so that's 4 platinum. So you can absolutely merge any items. Matter of fact, since you mention it, what I can do, good, thank you for reminding me, because I've been collecting these motes of infinitesimal potential. So I could technically take this little bugger right here, place item. Can I put 2 at a time? Whoa. Oh, I'm just stacking them really quick. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I think I put 2 in there. Let's just do 1 at a time. So merge item. So right now we're at 8:51 delay. Merge. Yes. And then we're going to merge again. This item you're trying to add will not work. This mode is not sufficiently powerful. So, in other words, you can't. In other words, you can't put more than 1. Classic EverQuest double feature. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Hey, I barely woke up in time. I took a nap because I had a bunch of stuff going on. Classic EverQuest. But I'm glad to be here. May is such a fun month for me. Oh, what hold on. Skills said, why can't I take Yakisha combat effect out of my +3 and put it on another blade? I love this sword, by the way, guys. Short sword of the Yakisha. I remember aspiring to get this weapon as a warrior when I was, let me screenshot this so I don't forget. Back when I used to play on like live servers and even on P99 and Quorum, I used to always want the short sword of Yakisha, mainly because I loved the way it looked. And I if I remember correctly, it's not a lore weapon, so you can have it on both hands. So yeah. And even before the like level 37 effect Yakisha, just because of the DPS and the look of it, I love this sword. We're definitely gonna have the Yakisha sword, and we're gonna do that. Yukator said, "Hey all, Yukator, hey brother, good to see you, man." All right, so let's get a quiver. That's the other thing we need to be a proper ranger. Quiver. Let's see how much money we got. Eek. Okay. We're just spending all of our money. Okay, we got our quiver. Now we just need some arrows. What? I need a stack of these, bro. Hold on. That's pretty neat. Tristan Boko said. Classic EverQuest said Yakisha needs to be +4 to take out Classic EverQuest said, "Oh, was that someone asking in game?" Yeah, yeah, that was somebody asking in game. I don't actually have the sort of Ikisha. Country Boy GSB said J Boots rip. I saw that you can get like some kind of J Boots if you do the tutorial zone. So for any of you that play this in the future, do the tutorial zone, because I guess there's some kind of reward you get. So wait, did they change it where you just don't need arrows anymore? I'm so confused, bro. Hold on, let's just experiment. This is the only way we're gonna learn. If I just wasted one plat on a quiver. Okay. 1 base damage. I thought you were reading someone asking in your chat. Classic EverQuest, so I was reading it in game chat. So in my main chat is tiny over here, but there was some dude talking about short sword of Yukisha, and then yeah, I was just reading that, and I almost fell to my death. All right, so let's frog luck. Oh, look at that skilly! Wow, everyone's looking so cool all of a sudden. Anyways, oh, that's his pet. Oh man, look at this dude. My my warrior Drake Draconis, and this was on the Tunera server in 1999, used to look like that. I used to have all bronze armor. I used to have the whip. I'm not sure if he has the same whip as me, and I think I had the Yukisha in the other hand. And I think if that's the whip that I'm thinking of, it's like got a very fast delay, so when you dual wield it, it's really cool. But again, I'm just speculating. All right, so let's see. Give me a second, boys. So range stance. Your range attack has no minimum distance. What? Hold on. Your range attack has no minimum distance. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. All right, let's try this. I don't know if anyone else has this problem, but my my hotbar is glitching. See? Oh my gosh, I can't grab it. So right now I'm grabbing it. There we go. Finally. So range stance. There it is. Now it's working. Offensive stance. Evasive stance. This is super ghetto, but we're just gonna play with it for a second. All right, let's see if this works. So we're gonna do range stance. We're gonna try it out on this skeleton. 8 damage. So it looks like I still have that arrow. Interesting. I thought you were reading someone else. Razman99, what's up, brother? Razman said, sup, gang. Late night CNC is pretty amazing. I'm just happy that the boys are online. Good to see you guys. Am I not attacking? Yeah, I wasn't attacking because I'm an idiot. All right. Always loved that and Lambent. Yeah, Country Boys said always loved that and Lambent. Lambent was really nice. Yugator said, hey Raz. Chris509 said, man, so lucky you got a key. I You know what? I would say I'm definitely lucky. But I so here's the thing, man. I signed up for the key and I kind of forgot about it. And I watched Redbeard Flynn's video about how much fun he was having in EQ Legends. And his video was the first video that made me actually intrigued about trying EQ Legends. And then I saw my friend and fellow content creator, he was playing it, and I was like, hey, you know, did I miss the beta key email or something like that? And he's like, you know, being that, you know, a lot of people are interested, you know, certain content creators are able to get in because, you know, you guys can live vicariously through us. So that's how I ended up getting in. You know, I got a beta key because of the whole content creation thing. But I don't know if this is true, but wasn't there a live stream today where people were able to get in? What am I trying to say? I feel like the official EQ Legends Twitch had a stream today, and they let in like, or gave out like 50 beta keys or something like that. It could be totally wrong about that, but that was the rumor that I heard. So I don't know if that's true, but Chris, I mean, to your point about getting lucky, it's kind of crazy with how many people are interested in EQ Legends. I mean, I think there's over 30,000 people that have opted into the beta. Like, so basically they wanted to get a beta key. So guys, apparently we no longer need different types of arrows. Like, we don't need large quantities of arrows. So I bought this quiver and wasted 1 platinum for no reason, but that's okay. So what we're gonna do right now is we're actually gonna go get a, hey look, it's a fellow ranger. Cool, wave. Fellow ranger. Oh man. You gotta embrace the player fantasy, man. Okay, let's see what we have. So class 1 wood point. Let me see what all arrows we have. Class 1 wood point, 1 damage, 75 range. Okay, so if we don't need a quiver, can we just resell it, please? Can I get my money back? Recover. Oh, cool. Yeah, sweet deal. He'll buy it back for me for like the same price. That's very fair. Are you sure you would like to sell this container? Yes, please. And then, obviously can't sell those. But class 1 point. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. Yukator said, giving creators keys is always smart. It's auto pub. Yeah, exactly. You know, like years ago, before I had a YouTube channel, I used to like look at content creators. I'm like, oh my gosh, how did they get in? And then, you know, didn't click immediately. But then I realized, I was like, oh, okay, makes sense. You know, it's like free publicity and, you know, I was very grateful for those content creators because while I couldn't get in, I could sit there and I could learn about the game and everything. So it was pretty cool. All right, so we got our bow +1. We got the class 1 point arrow. Hey, so technically, this is going to be a dumb thing to do, so don't judge me for this, but I'm just experimenting. So I could technically turn this into a +1 arrow. Nice. Okay, so it added a little to my range. Oh, this can get interesting. So if I can, again, I don't know how fletching works in the game. So, I mean, actually I do. I used to do fletching all the time, right? In classic EverQuest. So I could technically get my fletching skill up, get a better bow, then combine the bows, and then I can get better arrows, combine the arrows to level them up. And then on top of that, I can go into my AAs. Where are my AAs? Let's see. Nope, not those. Yep, these. Okay. So in the Luckland era is when Rangers really became better. For lack of a better term, they got better. So let's kind of see archetype, critical affliction, pet affinity. I think this is a combination of Druid and Ranger stuff, because pet affinity, that would make me think that is for Druids. Passive ability grants critical melee. Let's see passive. Racial progression, EverQuest. Oh, look, fletching mastery. So all of this is not, a lot of this is crafting. Steadfast stoicism. Oh, we can use that. What is stoicism? Just out of curiosity. The passive ability reduces how far incoming melee attacks push you backwards by 10%. That's a good name for it, stoicism. Okay. Very stoic of you. Don't get knocked back by the world. Okay, that's not gonna help. So I guess it would be this, because this is class. Weapon mastery of the scout increases base damage of archery by 30%. Passive ability increases the chance that you will land critical with a spell by 2%. No, thank you. Quick evacuation. Passive ability reduces the cast time of your evacuation and sucker spells. Totally unnecessary right now. Hunter's attack power. This passive ability increases your attack power by 20 points. Requirements level 8. No previous ability requirements. Oh, cool. So what? Okay. And then passive ability reduces the chance NPC. So is this automatic? I see how I've already leveled up 5 out of 26. Passive ability increases your attack power by 20 points. Requires level 8, which I am. Okay. Mantle Lucky given created. How would you compare EQ, MOM if... Okay, Country Boy said, how would you compare EQ to MOM if both were finished? MOM. I'm trying to see if that was a typo. I'm looking down at my keyboard. What do you mean MOM? You mean MNM? Like Monsters and Memories? Give me a second. All right, sorry about that, boys. I'm back. Tristan said, good thinking. Toads said, plus that range stance is nice as well. Can triple attack with shots and shoot in melee range. Yeah, that's huge. Country Boy said, hey, yeah, my feeble fingers mistyping. So you meant Eminem. Okay. Loaded question. 1 second. So let's do this first, guys. Weapon mastery of the scout. Let's do train. Perfect. All right, we just used our first AA ever. So now we need 6 AAs to level this up. So we're officially becoming a ranger. So how would I compare EQ if Eminem, EQ and Eminem if both were finished, or if Eminem was finished? Well, first of all, it really depends. I'll say this right off the bat. It's two completely separate games, two completely separate worlds, different types of mechanics, so it's really hard to compare. I'd say they're comparable in the sense that, you know, Eminem was greatly inspired by EverQuest, right? I talk about this all the time, how, you know, World of Warcraft wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for EverQuest, right? And after World of Warcraft came out, everybody started to try to make the WoW killer, right? They didn't try to make the EverQuest killer, because that's kind of what WoW did. So Eminem takes a lot of its inspiration from what made EverQuest great, not what made World of Warcraft great, right? World of Warcraft was a lot more linear, was a lot more quest oriented, and you know, and a lot of other things. Assuming we're just talking about the trilogy, sorry about that. Assuming we're just talking about the trilogy, base game, Kunark, Velius, and a finished version of Monsters and Memories, I'd say that they would feel very similar in the sense of, if I were comparing it to something to World of Warcraft, right? Because Monsters and Memories is a lot more sandboxy, and World of Warcraft is a lot more, Monsters and Memories is a lot more sandboxy, and EverQuest is, sorry man, I'm getting World of Warcraft is very theme park oriented, and Monsters and Memories and EverQuest are both very sandboxy. You know, open world, you know, go at your own pace, do what you want to do, quest or don't quest, you know, it's all kind of up to you on how you want to progress through the world, you know. But as far as comparing them, as far as like quality, I mean, obviously Monsters and Memories is built on a brand new engine. It's built in Unity, so you're gonna have modern lighting, modern effects, so, you know, it's not fair to compare it to a 27-year-old game, you know. And plus, I don't have anything to compare to from a lore perspective. The world of Norrath has a well-established lore, a fantasy, you know, class balance, even in the classic era, right? You know, there's a bunch of mobs and art and et cetera, et cetera. So I really wouldn't compare them, really. I just think it's two very different games, two different experiences. I also think that Monsters and Memories, when it was in early development, there was some, you know, some more similarities to classic EverQuest than there is now. I think they're gradually tightening up their identity as their own thing, like when it comes to classes and a lot of other stuff. So, yeah. So, yeah, I guess that wasn't really an answer, but, you know, it's something. Norrath. Hey yo to you too, brother. Alright, so I think we completed our test. So we officially have our arrows. We're gonna just destroy these. So we confirmed we don't need a quiver. We confirmed we can upgrade the arrows. We have our longbow. Now I think we should go get some new armor. Okay. Oh yeah, there's something else I wanted to test. So let's turn up the difficulty. Choose which zone to enter. Greater Faydark. Let's try level 1. Adaptive. What is this? Go to next zone as an instant. Oh, cool. I think this is, you can do instances now. Let's just select this. So what I'm testing right now is I'm testing the harder difficulty levels. So we are officially in tier 2 difficulty. So let's see how this works. We definitely got to get our archery skill up. Rusty two-handed sword +2. Nice. Okay. So already we're seeing upgraded armor. Let's just keep killing stuff. Oh, that was sick. So apparently my ignite spell still procs even though I'm using my ranged. Alright, let's just start mowing everything down. Oh, these XX or Venom Sex always sell for pretty good money. That's awesome. Was he trying to cast a spell on me, dude? I could have sworn he was just trying to poison me. Ooh. Please drop whatchamacallits. No, of course he wouldn't. Let's take out the Forest Drakeling. I mean, doing 20 damage is pretty, is a good step up. 22 damage. Of course, we keep missing. How many times are we missing? Archery 23. Yeah, so okay, right now we're going to go ahead and just level up our archery. And then we'll be in good shape to take out the Crushbone people. And then we might do a combination of like snaring and rooting. We'll maybe do some root rotting. I'm actually pretty excited about the whole idea of archery being a lot more relevant early on. So this is really good news. All right, let's go kill some higher level things. So we just tried that. Let's do level 3. Oh, can I not change my difficulty? Is it too soon? I don't think you will get skill ups on gray mobs, Galaxy said. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so the gray mobs, I was more so just checking for loot. And then for the blue mobs is obviously when I was skilling up. But right now I want to see if I can jump to a higher difficulty. It's not letting me. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell me if it's because it's too soon and you can't keep swapping. difficulties. But anyways, Country Boys said, that's true. Hard to replace old EQ those nights. Fane pulling for journeyman walking sticks. Yeah, man. I mean, like, I say this all the time. It's a combination of like, you know, the old world will always be the old world. There's always going to be a place for classic EverQuest. You know, I think that there's definitely a purpose and a reason to consider porting this world into a new engine. You know, just so we have something to come back to anytime we want. You know, what we've learned, I think, from emulated servers is that there's definitely a want and a need for people to come back and re-experience the old trilogy, because there's something very unique and special about it. Because we need to all admit and understand, and I think we all understand this, that a lot of things started changing with Variant, Sony Online Interactive, and I mean, similar stuff happened with Blizzard. You know, when money is involved, you know, and these businesses are obviously in business to make money. You know, they're not in business to sing Kumbaya at the campfire and just, you know, sing songs, right? They're in business to make money. And one of the ways, and this is before microtransactions, the way they used to make money back then is by releasing expansions. And expansions on paper sound like a really great idea for both the company and for the player, because for the company, it gives them box sales, right? You go into Best Buy, you see the new shiny box, you purchase it, there's your new expansion, and everyone's happy, right? The world gets bigger, there's more loot, there's more abilities, and then, you know, the company takes their profit. And then, of course, the problem with that is that once the money from that expansion dry up, then what do we need to do to make more money? We need to create a new expansion. And again, on paper, it sounds like, oh, well, great. So that just incentivizes the company to keep expanding the world and building it. Yes. And that would be true, except for one of the things that is very difficult is, what do we do with the old zones? You know, what do we do with the fact that, why is he beelining right to me? I thought he was coming right after me. You know, when Planes of Power came out, actually, let's back up. Luckland came out. Everyone kind of migrated to some of, you know, the moon, and then they reused the wizard spires, at least the big hub ones where you can teleport to the moon, and it was really cool. You know, druids still were relevant and their ports were relevant, and then Planes of Power came out, and a lot of people started using Plane of Knowledge and POK books, so druids became a little bit less relevant, and also the world kind of shrunk because there was less reason to travel to, say, South Karana or North Karana to go buy your druid spells, because, well, you can just buy everything in Plane of Knowledge. And then there's another expansion and another expansion, so the world is getting bigger. On paper, it sounds like a great idea, but while we're expanding the world, the old zones are becoming emptier and emptier and emptier, you know? And you get stuck in this loop of just, hey, let's just keep expanding the world and then leaving the rest of the world empty, you know? So it's really difficult. And that's why when I listen to Sean, aka A Loving Robot, he used to work for Sony Online Interactive back in the EverQuest days, around the Luckland era, and I think he was a GM before that. He actually explained this phenomenon, and you know, how the investors or the leadership, they wanted them to go ahead and keep pumping out new expansions, and they had to figure out, well, how do we fix the problem of the rest of the world becoming smaller? So it's not something too simple. And with that being said, he would talk about this and say the way he would prefer to develop his game is horizontal progression or expansion. And what I mean by that is, he would want to have, say, a 2 tier, 3 tier, 4 tier, 5 tier, 6 tier, 7 tier, 8 tier, 9 tier, 10 tier, 11 tier, 12 tier, 13 tier, 14 tier, 15 tier, 16 tier, 17 tier, 18 tier, 19 tier, 20 tier, 21 tier, 22 tier, 23 tier, 24 tier, 25 tier, 26 tier, 27 tier, 28 tier, 29 tier, 30 tier, 31 tier, 32 tier, 33 tier, 34 tier, 35 tier, 36 tier, 37 tier, 38 tier, 39 tier, 40 tier, 41 tier, 42 tier, 43 tier, 44 tier, 45 tier, 46 tier, 47 tier, 48 tier, 49 tier, 50 tier, 51 tier, 52 tier, 53 tier, 54 tier, 55 tier, 56 tier, 57 tier, 58 tier, 59 tier, 60 ti So instead of focusing on expansion after expansion, why can't we expand the existing world? Like I could even use Greater Faydark as an example, right? You have this relatively massive zone, all things considered, but it's pretty empty when you think about it. You have Felwith, the entrance to Felwith. You have Lesser Faydark. You have Butcher Block Mountain zone line. You have the Crushbone zone line. You have a couple of random ruins where there's, I think there's like one abandoned camp, right? And so forth and so on. But besides that, Greater Faydark is pretty empty, right? One way of addressing, okay, how do we, keep expanding the world without making the old zones empty is one way to look at it is basically adding content to the existing zones. Okay, now I'm not gonna get into like a deep conversation or a long conversation about how it should be done, because there's you got to think like 3 steps ahead. Like anytime you have these dev conversations, you have to think about it from the perspective of if this then that, right? You can't just be like, oh, we'll just do this and then problem solved. It's like, no, because there's ramifications for every decision. Because okay, if we change this in this existing zone, how does that impact this? And it's basically balancing one-on-one. So I'm not gonna sit here and saying I have the solution, because the problem with the way this conversation started, the problem was money. At the end of the day, it was always money. There was no microtransactions back then, right? That didn't exist until 2006, at least in the EverQuest world. And back then, the way they would make money is by making expansions, right? Would it have been possible to release expansions back then and just call them? Let's not die right now. He's got me stun locked. Hold on. Evasive stance. So yeah, and again, like I don't know the answer to that. Would expansions have looked different where instead of let's see, like Shadows of what is it? The Luckland expansion, Shadows of Luckland, right? Would it have looked different if we need a run, because this guy is crushing me, dude. He's got me stun locked and everything. Can't even talk and think at the same time. Like let's say instead of Shadows of Luckland, right? They released something like Shadows of Faydark, and the expansion was basically same continent, same world. But there's some kind of event that caused a rift, not a rift, because I want to be careful what I say right now, because what Blizzard did, you see what I'm talking about? The more you talk about it, the more you gotta, okay, but if you change this, then what happens this, and then this and that. So let's say like, we'll call it Shadows of Faydark, right? So you already have Velius, you already have Kunark, you already have the original zones, right? There's your continent layout. Instead of adding another planet or another island or another this, you go back and release an expansion specifically focusing on some of the existing zones. But you don't want to dramatically change them, because that's what like Blizzard did, for example, when they like shattered the world. And they used that as an excuse to basically reuse all the old zones and like change them and make them fresh. They changed mechanics. Like that's too much. I don't like that. One of the reasons why EQ2 didn't speak to me as much as EQ1 did is because I wanted to come back to this world. I didn't want to come back to a world where now Freeport was evil and Kinos was good, and Kelethin, Greater Faydark did not exist when EQ2 launched. They released that through an expansion later. So I'm not a big fan of those like world-shattering events. But let's say if the expansion added some additional camps, maybe an additional dungeon, what would have happened to EverQuest if they went into that direction instead of just continuously expanding the world more and more and more to the point where all the old zones died? And that's kind of where, you have to thread the needle when you're building these worlds. So I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but I think we were talking about the fact that, EverQuest will always be EverQuest, and the classical trilogy will always be the classical trilogy. And what these EQ emulators taught us is that if you just lock it to the old trilogy, it's perfectly fine. But at a certain point in time, everyone's level 50. Everyone's done the raid bosses. The game's finished, basically. How do you make it interesting so you can reset the old world and let people keep re-experiencing, I guess you can call it, just for the sake of argument, their nostalgia fix. And I don't have the answer to that, but I think we have enough use case, scenario, whatever, research, I guess you can say it, data, to really think about how do we change, like P99 Blue. If you log into P99 Blue, Project 99 Blue, you already have your established guilds, everyone's maxed out, people have multiple alts that are level 50 and above. If I wanted to log in there right now and I went to Greater Faydark, sure, there might be a few people that are low level starting a new alt, but how do you encourage more people to do that? How do you encourage more people to come back and have that experience? And I'm saying all this to come full circle to, let's say Daybreak or whoever owns the EverQuest IP in the future, they say, hey, okay, we want to go ahead and rewrite the code. We want to port the game as is right now into a new engine. Maybe we'll just rewrite the code brand new. Maybe we'll use Unity. Maybe we'll use Unreal. That's a separate discussion. But we want to rewrite the code because, the code is limited. It's from 1998, 1997. Like we want a fresh slate. We're going to keep the art style. We're going to keep all the original mechanics, quest, everything the same as a baseline. Then we're going to remaster the graphics. We're going to add atmospheric lighting. Atmospheric effects like, fog and, God rays and rain and weather and skybox. We're going to upgrade all that. We're going to upgrade the lighting. We're going to make the modern lighting, modern shadows, right, to give it that nice look. We're going to upgrade all the textures to 4K and above, so everything's going to be crispy, but there's still the old art style. And then we might add like some grass foliage and other stuff just to make the trees and the grass and the landscape feel a little bit more lived in. So we do all those things. We keep all the spells the same, but we maybe add some quality of life to the UI and to some of the other things that made EQ kind of janky back in the day. Okay, so now we officially have the original trilogy remastered, remastered, right? So we have our we have our EverQuest Classic Plus remastered, or we have our EverQuest Classic remastered. Boom, it's done, right? We have the trilogy, it's locked. The next question is, what's acceptable for it to be EverQuest Classic Plus? Because one of the intriguing things is adding content. Well, I think I just answered my own question, because my question is this. You have EverQuest Classic Remastered. Boom, it's ready. Everyone's logging in. How do we solve for the problem of, in 5 years, the world is solved, everyone's level 50, people have multiple alts, there's 5 or 6 or 7 major guilds. See what I did there? Major guilds that are basically controlling the entire zone, or not the zone, the server, and the game's pretty much finished. And newcomers, when they come in, they run into the same issue that we maybe had back in 2002, right? You come back to Greater Faydark, it's empty, everyone's sitting in plain knowledge, nobody even bothers to come back, right? So how do we solve for that? And maybe the solution is adding the plus sign to, EverQuest Remastered, or EverQuest Classic Remastered Plus, or in short, EverQuest Classic Plus. And that keeps people engaged to where they're not just sitting there farming their level 50 mobs, but they're actively not just making alts too in Twinks, but giving them a reason to come back to the old world. And that's where Sean talks about horizontal progression instead of vertical progression, where you keep expanding the existing world horizontally instead of just expansion after expansion, stacking vertically. So super long-winded, and I don't even know if I made any sense, but that's kind of like what I hope Monsters and Memories does. I hope they keep expanding the world horizontally and not run into the same issue that EverQuest ran into, where the old zones become dormant as the world expands. But you know, we're not there. We're not even close to that. Dan Molina, what's up, brother? Oh gosh, hype. That's true. Hard to replace old EQ those nights. Fame pulling. Galaxy Drifter said, I don't think you will get skill ups on gray mobs. Yep. Galaxy, it has a cooldown. Okay, yeah. So I read that earlier. I appreciate you telling me. So difficulty levels have a cooldown. It looks like I'm still on that cooldown because it's not letting me. Give me a second. All right, boys. BRB. Quick bio. All right, I'm back. All right, I've been yapping this whole time, and I haven't even been experimenting with what I want to do next. So let's see if we can do this. So we have Thistle Coat. We're going to delete that because we don't need that. Let's see. Grasping Roots. We're going to memorize that. All right, so let's experiment with this. Huh, my snare didn't hold. Okay, so he's rooted. Now let's back up and just see. I want to see if the root breaks from my range damage. I'm about to get an ad. No ads. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder why he didn't social aggro. That's kind of weird. Country Boy said I should see if I can get in. My Ranger Brana Banana was the whip. Country Boy said Flurries, Snowflake. Dan Molina, I already said hello, but cheers, brother. Good to see you. Alright, let's keep leveling. We're going to keep leveling up our archery. Let's see, skills. Archery is 72 out of 80. Oh, we almost have it maxed out. Okay, cool. So we're making progress. Hopefully we get some belts, because what I wanted to do today is I wanted to upgrade my armor. I'm kind of tired of running around in literal cloth. Augusto Chuco, building the expansions deeper instead of wider is a really good idea. Yeah, I think so. Again, we have the benefit of 2020 hindsight vision, right? And sitting at our desks now, 27 years later. So it's not the same as being back there, so we can't go back in time, but how do we learn from the past? And we really got to get away from the idea that microtransactions is the only way of monetizing MMOs. I think the better thing, and Brad McQuaid actually wrote this in a letter. I'm not going to name drop, but there is a dev that basically has this something Brad McQuaid shared before his passing, is that he believes the future is small indie MMOs that instead of having like just massive MMOs like World of Warcraft, you have multiple small MMOs. Goodness gracious, hold on, my cat is like yelling at me. Let me open up the door so he can come in. Yeah, so anyways, I'm not going to get into the microtransaction conversation because I don't think, I'm not a fan of them. It's one of the reasons why I stopped playing in 2006. Oh gosh, Blackie, what are you doing, bro? Oh gosh. You're going to knock over my coffee and everything. I'm happy to see you too, bro. This is gonna be bad. Hold on. Stop it. He's gonna get me killed here. Alright, so this is a good example of something I should probably root rot. Blackie. For those of you that have never streamed before, trying to have a conversation and playing EverQuest, because I'm trying to have a conversation about something unrelated to what we're doing right now, chat with what you guys are writing, figure out what I'm doing in game, and it's just like my brain is not capable of doing like these things at the same time. And now I have my cat over here knocking over everything because he wants attention. Yeah. I miss you too. Stop knocking stuff over. But yeah, like, not a fan of microtransactions. I think there's other ways of monetizing. Like, don't monetize. What I don't like, okay. Not a conversation I should probably get into, but let's talk about monetization for 2 seconds. Nobody likes pay to win. Like, the conversation stops there. Pay to win, as soon as pay to win is introduced to a game, then the game is pretty much dead. Okay, so everyone's in agreement on that. Nobody likes pay to win, and now my cat is completely blocking my camera. Next form of microtransaction would be pay for convenience. That's a gray area. So what do we consider pay to convenience? We're talking about bag space, and at what point do you cross the line of, oh, well, if you don't have this, then if you don't have the convenience of this extra backspace and you can only get it through monetization, then wouldn't that be considered pay to win because the game is unplayable without the extra storage? So that's a gray area. The other form of monetization of microtransactions would be gear progression and cosmetics. Okay, if you're playing a game like EverQuest and part of the appeal and progression is not just getting to level 50, not just hunting for Nagafen, not just completing some quests, but for example, like right now, I'm wearing cloth. I'm trying to kill some orcs so I can get some Crushbone belts, so I can turn them in, so I can get some padded leather armor. And then later, because I'm a ranger, druid, monk combo, I'm not a monk yet, but later, I want to wear chainmail, and I want to look dope with the Yakisha sword. I want to have, maybe a plate armor that is ranger friendly. I think there's a couple pieces in classic EverQuest. Like, I know rangers don't wear plate, but there's like 1 or 2 items that Fashion Quest. So you're saying you're going to monetize Fashion Quest, then what's the point of me going out and doing all those adventures just so I can get that one piece of armor to make me look cool? So I'm against that too, right? So if these are all different forms of monetization. You can call it what you want. You can say, oh, it's not pay to win, it's pay for convenience. Oh, we're not doing pay for convenience, we're just doing aesthetic, visual monetization. All of those affect what makes a game like this fun, and if you put it behind a paywall, or if you see other players that look OP just because they opened up their piggy bank, it takes away that I guess you could call it thrill or whatever of being a level 1. And I've already experienced this playing EQ Legends. I was standing at the lift. I noticed a bard run up. He had all plate armor. He had like a whole bunch of other stuff that looked really cool, and I was like, bro, I can't wait. That was my motivation to basically say, I can't wait until I get my first piece of plate mail, or my first piece of chain mail, or my first upgraded sword. If I see that person and I immediately think, oh, he probably just bought that in a microtransaction, then it's not going to give me the same urge. I hear you, Blackie. I'm going to let you out. It's not going to give me the same urge or urge to adventure to go get that gear if I know I can just buy it. Okay, give me a second. He's trying to get out now. anyways, so if we come full circle, right, you can see how these conversations can become very like in-depth and complicated. And you know, where these conversations typically happen is with big companies. And that's why I think Brad McQuaid was onto something when he said that the future is likely smaller indie MMOs because of, you know, the tools that are available to smaller dev teams now. And the solution to avoiding microtransactions and all the modern junk that got implemented, I think it was Oblivion with that horse that kind of, you know, broke the camel's back or whatever the saying is. How do we avoid that? You just have smaller dev companies, smaller teams like Valheim, for example. You know, that dude started building that game in his college dorm room, and now it's the most popular action survival, you know, or whatever you want to call it, game. And it inspired other projects like Enshrouded, also made by a small team, right? So I don't think it's fair to just say, oh, well, this is just the way it is now. And if you want to make an MMO, it has to have microtransactions or you can't support it. There's a lot of tools. I mean, look, back in the day, people used to just write their own engine and their own code, right? And then we got tools like Unity or Unreal, right? Soon, and AI is only going to get better. It's going to be another tool, you know. Sure, there's probably, I guarantee you, back in the day before Unity, and Unity was just coming out, there was probably purists saying, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to touch the devil's lettuce. Like, we're not going to use this tool. We're going to write our own code." And then, you know, when people realize the benefits of using somebody else's tool that's already, you know, has everything working, they're like, well, why wouldn't I do this? Why should I sit here and try to reinvent the wheel when somebody else already created a tool for me to use, e.g., you know, Unity or Unreal or whatever other engine to create a game? That made game development way more accessible to smaller dev teams. And I think 10 years from now, you're going to see even more of that with AI and other tools. And, you know, it's going to help supplement the development process. Like, I think a lot of people are scared of like AI, for example, because they're picturing, actually, I think there's only one reason people are scared of AI. They're scared of AI because they don't want to lose their jobs. Duh. I think everyone's going to be affected by that one way or another. I think if you move that aside and just step aside from that side of the conversation, then there's a lot more, like, let's assume, for example, no one ever loses their job and everyone continues as they go, right? Objectively, AI is an incredible tool, and it's a revolutionary thing that's only going to help progress, you know, technology, society, etc., in the hands of the right person, right? I'm not going to get into that conversation, but just objectively on paper, if you look at AI, if it has the capability of making your life easier, if you can take your creative process, for example, and you don't tell it to do the work for you, you just say, hey, I need you to take this illustration I took, okay? I need you to superimpose it into this engine so I can make it into a texture. And then I need you to, you know, create 10 variations, a blue one, a red one, a green one, etc. Why wouldn't you use that tool? So what I'm saying is, just like with the advent of tools like Unity and Unreal, I think that smaller dev teams are going to use specific AI tools to help them streamline the development process. And it's already happening. I mean, literally every game you're playing right now that's modern, in some way, shape, or form, was built with AI. It's just they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. But it's the truth. Maybe indie teams don't, you know, and that's totally fine. But the major companies, they're 100% using AI. They're using AI in their daily workflow, and no amount of cope is gonna, you know, they're not, no amount of like gaslighting is gonna convince me that these major corporations aren't using AI. So anyways, moral of the story, I think that the future, I agree with Brad, it's going to be small indie dev teams. They're going to use the tools that are going to help them streamline this. They're going to have a lower overhead, and that's going to make them rely just on subscription. Going back to the old-fashioned subscription model, I think is the healthiest way forward for MMORPGs instead of relying on microtransactions. And I think the only people that are saying you can't make an MMO without microtransactions are big companies that don't want to lose that revenue. It's in their best interest to basically say, oh no, it's impossible to make an MMORPG without microtransactions. It's impossible to do it without cosmetic transactions. Or it's just pay for convenience. It's not pay to win. The only people that are going to push for that and say there's no way to make a game except for fill in the blank are the people that are benefiting from said whatever, microtransactions. So I never believe what those people say. I think Monsters and Memories is going to be a great case study for it. I mean, that game was made completely by a volunteer dev team. And I think if that game was made 10 years from now, then Sean and maybe a group of like 10 devs could have probably built it just literally in their own garage with a combination of modern game engines, AI tools, and other stuff. I'm talking about 10 years in the future because, the one thing that's for certain when it comes to AI is it's in the worst state it's ever going to be. Meaning it's only going to get more powerful month over month, year over year. It's going to be completely unrecognizable 10 years from now. So if people think it's bad now in the sense of like job loss and stuff like that, just wait 10 years. It's going to be unrecognizable. And the other thing is there's no stopping it. We can all agree that losing a job is a terrible thing. I think it's not just, we've got our first Crushbone belt. No freaking way. Finally. I think it's undoubtable that jobs are going to be lost. There used to be factories. Before there was factories where I need to run. There's so many examples. Just look back over time. There are so many things that used to be like handmade, and then the Industrial Revolution happened, and we're in trouble. And then all of a sudden, that person's entire industry was made obsolete. It's a tale as old as time. We are in such big trouble right now. Jeez. So yeah, it's going to happen one way or another. I think the solution needs to be a little bit more personalized. Instead of just saying we need to destroy this evil tool, we need to say it's like, okay, so if this tool is replacing my industry, maybe I can use this same tool to start my own business so I can be a one-man shop, create a new industry, It's, again, I don't know how I got off on this tangent, but, it's, AI has actually enabled people that never had any business experience. They can literally create their own businesses from nothing. They can learn how to create a business where normally they would have to hire a lawyer to be like, I need you to go over all the complicated legal process to creating a business, or how do I form an LLC. Now you can literally just be like, hey, I'm curious, I want to start a business and I'm not sure the industry, but here's what I'm good at. I want to know how to start the business, what filings, what do I need to keep track of it with my local state, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it will literally give you a step-by-step process tailored to your specific situation, tailored to your local and state and county laws. Like, I think people are looking, and honestly, I think it's a very small minority of people that are anti-AI. I think it's kind of like, yeah, I don't I don't think it's as big of a deal as people make it out to be. But anyways, I'm off that conversation. I think microtransactions and all that stuff was fine, but now I'm kind of going off my tangent into something completely different. Fun fact, I actually recently reorganized my garage, and I had an idea of what I wanted to do, and I took a picture of my garage. I was like, all right, I need you to superimpose what this is going to look like when I'm done, just so I don't spend $600 on stuff to fix my garage and then figure out I did everything wrong. And it literally took everything, and it was pretty cool. It got rid of all the clutter and everything, and then I put in the measurements, and it told me exactly where to buy the brackets I needed so I can hang all my lawn gear and all this other stuff. It was pretty insane, dude. It sounds like such a small, insignificant thing, but it was pretty cool. Jeez, man. Bronze, demo. Yeah, alright, we're just gonna... The root is mad strong. Yeah, the root is pretty good. Drew ATX. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Building the expansions deeper instead of wider is a really good idea. Augusto Chuko. Country Boy said, I was playing SWG pre-coup update for years. I get it. Country Boy said that root is mad strong. Junior Stark said, crypto play to earn models. Just have to figure out how to implement it. It would attract a larger player base. And they all suck. Hello, wow. J.R. Stark said, I just got done watching cat podcast. They were joking about exactly that. The cat getting in your way while you're working. Yeah, it's I love my cat. It's freaking, I'm not a cat person, but never was a pet person either. And then one day my wife and kids, they brought home a cat, and I was like, what the hell is this? I was so pissed. Because, and hear me out, it's because I knew I was going to be the one having to take care of everything, which is exactly what happened. And then I fell in love with the kitty, and now I'm a cat person. So that's how it happens. And that was my first cat, and she got lost, unfortunately, after a hurricane. And then Blackie is a rescue. We found him on the street when he was a kitten, and he's amazing. Jay Stark said, train to zone, kite that guy. Yeah, I should be kiting. I should be doing a lot of things, but I'm over here yapping. I'm a big old yapper today. Peace, dog. I participated in a group Baldur's Gate 3 stream once, and I do not know how you guys keep up with it. I don't know. Well, you can see now I'm reading a message from 15 minutes ago. It's officially 1:32. I apologize. J.R. Stark said, please, because I want to see EQ3. Yes, pay to win sucks. Pay for convenience, not win. FFBS, my memory. You make a good point. Yeah, we were talking about the whole, microtransaction stuff, and I apologize for the rant. Adrian said, I'm sure Rogan and a lot of the devs would be against paywalls too. Adrian, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and here's the thing. None of what we're talking about right now is related to EQ Legends. We were just talking in general. Whatever they do with monetization on this is to be expected, because at the end of the day, they are using somebody else's IP, and I think there's probably stipulations and agreements placed saying that, hey, if we're going to share our IP with you, we're going to give you the opportunity to make some money, but you're going to be maybe, you're going to have some responsibility for server upkeep and other things, and I think there's probably a whole agreement in place on how they're going to do that. J.R. Stark, demoralizing also. Yeah, for sure. When it comes to microtransactions. Country Boy said that heavy ass copper, or bronze. Yeah, I think the bronze plate is crazy. Adrian said truth. Country Boy said bronze. Rasmus said Chrono kills the want to farm plat for me, for sure. Exactly. If I know I can just buy Chrono and get my plat that way, then I'm not gonna want to plat farm, right? It just makes, and also you're breaking the fourth wall. I don't want to feel, I'm trying to escape from the world, because that's what games are for. They're literally I mean, you can even say by definition, they're for escapism purposes. Anything that's tied to the real world is not something I want to be reminded of when I'm in Norrath. Chronokos, Adrian said, what is this music in game? It's not in game, but it's from Monsters and Memories. It's by Robert Engstrand. He's the composer for the music in Monsters and Memories, so everything you're hearing right now is from Monsters and Memories. J.R. Stark said, the problem I have run into for me is finding deep lore in MMOs. It feels so cookie cutter. Yeah, sure, completely agree. Totally agree. Diet Brondo said, hi class, good to see you. Good to see you, Diet. J.R. Stark said, agreed. Drew ATX said, at Adrian, THA music is from Monsters and Memories. Thank you, brother. J.R. Stark said, scientists think we are going to be beyond the point of return before the end of the year for all reasons that you are saying. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I watch a lot of that stuff too, and they say a lot of things, and, look, at the end of the day, when it comes to AI, it absolutely can be really lead us down a really dark path. But honestly, I mean, we've already opened up Pandora's box. Like, I'm sorry, but if we don't open up the box, one of our adversaries are going to do it. One of other countries is going to do it. Like, the invention is already there. Like, there's nothing. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen one way or another. The only thing you can do is you can say, fine. If it's inevitable to some degree, you can either slow the process down by using it to combat that scenario, where AGI or AI or Terminator 2 comes to life, whatever. Use the tool for good, and also make sure before they start gatekeeping this tool, make sure the common man knows how to use it. Instead of like protesting something that you're never going to win against, dude, start using this tool at home. Make your own AI model. Start learning how to write these scripts. Maybe build a PC specifically dedicated to that. I mean, I suspect one of the reasons why RAM and everything else is so expensive and GPUs is because they're like, okay, maybe they'll realize that if they can do this stuff at home and not depend on us, and let's just bump up all the RAM and PC prices to discourage, because that's what people started doing. They started making their own AI models instead of revolving on ChatGPT, and they were coming up with crazy things that were outperforming, ChatGPT and Gemini and all this other stuff. Homebrewing AIs that are not connected to the network or nothing. So that's my recommendation when it comes to AI. Instead of being like the boomers of the 90s saying the internet is just a fad, I'm never going to use the internet, newspaper for life, I'm going to keep my magazine subscriptions, I'm going to get my news from my TV at 11 a.m. every single morning. Like, okay, and that's fine, and you're welcome to do that, but at the end of the day, I mean, that's your choice. I mean, and everyone is free to do what they want to do, but just kind of like, keep it to yourself, because you're not going to have any impact or change on the world. That's just the fact. Scientists think we are going to GR Rats, then the robotic revolution. Dude, it's kind of crazy with the robots, though, not gonna lie. J.R. Stark said, and now the AI watching you makes me want to sign back up to All Access and come help. J.R. said, LOL. Dad life. Yeah, dad life. When having a kitten show up at your front door is kind of crazy. MR Kos 1995 said, did not win the key in Twitter today, so I'm getting my EQ Legends fix watching you. I appreciate it, except for I'm over here yapping. I need to shut up and start playing. JR Stark 79 said, that's why I'm sitting here watching you play Legends, thinking about back in the day. LOL. I'm not scared of AI. I've embraced it. Exactly. Humanity has a great ability to develop technology without consideration of repercussions time and time again. Okay, I'm finally caught up with chat. And see, and that's the thing. Consideration of repercussion of time is kind of like developing an MMO, right? you don't know what this change or this expansion or that expansion is going to do to change the world and the gamer experience. You know, that's why I feel like game development should really be fixed and focused on what somebody else said earlier. I have to scroll up in chat. Instead of making cookie cutter lore and cookie cutter this, focus on making a world worth living in, a world worth visiting. You know, Norrath feels like that place. You know, even with the low poly art style and everything that you're seeing here, it just feels nice being in this world, you know. 1 gold. All right, so we're getting good XP. I have no clue how you kept up with the context of my context. Nice work, man. Oh gosh. It's honestly, so for me personally, like, you know, you guys see me here on the weekends typically. I'm like a major introvert, and I have no desire. So I don't like people, man. I don't like people, frankly. I love people. I love people. I just love them at a distance, you know. You know, but after I kind of get my fix, like I talk to people at work all day. I work in IT sales. I'm very good at building relationships and trust, and have kids. You know, I'm friends with their friends, parents, neighbors. It's exhausting, dude. It's exhausting. Like my social battery gets drained really quick nowadays. Whereas in my 20s and even like my earlier 30s, I'm still in my 30s right now. It was still okay, and maybe even fun to socialize. Now it's a drain, and I will say, like, this is really nice just to be able to hang out with you dudes. But even this becomes overwhelming. I mean, maybe like after like the 4th or 5th hour, especially, I have no idea how people do this for like 6 or 8 hours. Like, that's insanity, dude. Can you imagine sitting here for 6 or 8 hours and just like trying to hold conversations with people and telling stories and all that stuff? Like, I don't know how people do it. All right, we're going to switch it up a little bit, guys. I want to see if I start doing a little bit more damage. Finally getting some loot. All right, this is starting to feel better. I love to be able to turn them off. I'm not scared of AI. Embrace it exactly. I have no clue how you keep up. Jay Stark said, I love to be able to turn them off. I could play for that long. I could play alongside, but I couldn't stream for that long. Yeah. No, it's definitely kind of crazy when you think about it. That's a big old bat. He got a big old bat. That thing is massive. Give me a second, boys. Let me fix my AI, my AI, geez, my UI. All this talk about AI got me all discombobulated. Load UI skin. What the freak? Who's attacking me? This guy's a warrior / druid? Get out of here. Default. Please don't break anything. Please don't break anything. Please don't break anything. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try this because the other one was glitching a little bit on me. Alright, we're cooking, boys. We're actually getting belts now. Which was the plan all along, by the way. Alright, just to explain what I'm doing right now, this whole time my UI was glitching. I would try to click on buttons, like for example, let me do snare. It's still glitching. Like, see what I'm doing? You guys see this? I'm dragging this, I'm trying to drop it in, and it's glitching. So it's not registering. Or sometimes it's registering and sometimes it's not. Dang, that really sucks. Let me see if this fixes the problem. Yeah, see, now it's working. This is kind of annoying. Jeez, man. It's a beta, guys. It's a beta. I really don't want it to look like this. Let me think, boys. Give me a second. Trying to figure out a solution to this problem. Maybe it's working now? I don't know. Alright, let's try to keep it like that, and if we keep having issues... Okay, it seems to be better now. Alright, we're gonna stick to that for the time being. Looked like maybe windows were overlapping where the buffs are. Oh, yeah, maybe that's what was causing it. Okay. So, with that logic, maybe we can do it like this then. Let me me see. Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, I think you're onto something. Okay, maybe that's what was causing the issue. All right, let's just try it like that for now. That's manageable. 4 or 5. Okay, let's get back into it. I could play for that long. I could play alongside, but what area are you looking forward to reaching the most? What area? Good question. I don't know if I have a specific area that I'm most excited for. Like, I mean, in general, I kind of just want to go with the flow. It's pretty organic whenever I play EverQuest. Like, it's like one moment I'm doing this, and then the next minute I'm like, all right, I reached my goal of getting my Crushbone belts, of upgrading my armor. You know, I'll kind of take a look at my spell list and be like, all right, cool. So I have all my spells, or maybe I don't have all my spells. You know, that's what I always liked about EQ, is that I would make my own adventure. You know, my own, whatever you want to call it. GHz, I would love to. What are you looking forward to reaching the most? Never played. Mr. Cost said, I never played Eminem, but I find the music you're playing relaxing. Yeah. Again, it's an indie dev team, right? They're all volunteers. They're using their own money to develop the game, and the composer is also a volunteer composer. He just basically said, hey, I'm interested in your project, and I want to contribute with my passion and my art. And it's pretty amazing what he's come up with. Well, this is not good. After this, we're going to switch back to our previous UI. I think we solved our little issue, so... Yeah, JR, yeah, UI customization is important, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, super important. You know, and they already said that they're going to be improving a lot of the things they got going on. I need to find what works for me, really. Because putting the buffs here would not be my first choice. Like, that that's just my personal wouldn't be my personal preference, especially if it gets in the way of everything else, you know. What are you looking forward to? I've never played M&M. Yeah, UI. Druid ATX said looked like maybe the windows were overlapping. Pag said, we playing? Yeah, we playing. Trying to at least. And instead, I'm over here yapping. JR Stark said, I agree. Country Boy said, agreed. I loved quadding as a ranger in the Great Divide. Yeah, that would. Can you save spell list? Pag said, yes, you can. Matter of fact, let me see if I can. So, large spelldom, small Belgian, window. Well, I'm not sure how to do it, but I know that there's a way to do it. Can you save spells? Country Boy said, could be worse. You could be testing your wolf claw against him in M&M. Yeah, that would be something else, huh? JR Stark said, is beta open or closed? It's closed. And Drew ATX said, it's closed for now. JR Stark said, dang, don't worry. It's like, it's right around the corner, bro. So like in July is when they launch. So unless they change that, you know, you're going to be playing this before you know it. JR Stark said, I logged into a buddy/roommate's account for him, and yeah, I couldn't play on his account. Drew ATX said, release planned for July 1st, I believe. Mr. Ka said, I turned 60 in early July. Legends starting then would be a great birthday gift. Yeah, absolutely, dude. And you know, happy birthday in advance. All right, I think we're gonna stick to this little UI layout. Let me check something else. Yeah, that's pretty nifty. Let's do that. Okay. We've been yapping and we have all this gear we need to... so we have hands. Like, here's another thing they need to fix. Like, see how normally you can just drop the gear, like, somewhere over here? Because everything is attunable, you have to put it directly on where it's supposed to go, which I'm sure they're going to fix that. So, where are my hands? Where the heck are my hands? Waist, wrist, finger, hands. I don't know why I couldn't find that. Let's see. This is already becoming so much better. Wrist cloth. Cloth shawl. And all of this is plus. Oh, this is not plus 2. Alright, we got 4 belts so far. Oh, what's this? Moat of minor potential. Oops. Let's see if this works. Okay, I guess that added some level up to it, or whatever. Dirty green tunic, cloth pants. Let's see. This is one thing I do like about you know, streaming with the boys, is that like it's super helpful. I think that one suggestion you made about it's probably these buffs that are getting in the way of this UI. I think that's kind of what the issue was. Oh gosh. Hold on, I'm being a perfectionist. It's not lining up perfectly. Right there. Right there. Okay, perfect. Level 60, bro. Grats. Nice one. Yeah, JR Stark said, level 60, bro, grats. Country Boy Redacted. Drew ATX said, it just says July. I may have hallucinated the first. Wishful thinking. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be the 1st of July. I think I'm just a creature of habit and I'm repeating that because Eminem was going to be June 1st or something like that, or October 1st. Now it's October 1st. So I kind of just assume automatically that it's going to be on the 1st of July. But yeah, it's all allegedly. Oh boy. Oh no. I'm in danger. Alright, let's heal up really quick. Yo, my snare is not working. You are so pathetic. You know that? Alright, so Greater Faydark 2, bind location, zone save point. Let's respawn there. It just says July may have hallucinated. JR Stark said LOL. Oh yeah, but I bet I was thinking about Eminem's date. Yeah. Alright, let's see. We got a decent amount of belts so far. And let's see if we can sell what we have here, because I don't want to have all this in my inventory for no reason. Glad to maybe have, Drew ATX said, glad to maybe have helped. I've done a lot of user interface dev over the years. Can't sell this, can't sell that, can't sell this. Okay. Well, can't sell any of that. Then we're just going to get rid of it because I don't want it in my inventory. Bro, why is this boat coming at me like that? Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Quick bio. Alrighty. Let's see. Did the timer go off yet? Okay, cool. Enable personal solo instance. Disable NPC respawning. Where are we? I'm tripping. Go to the, oops, stop it. So enable personal, go to the next zone as an instance if this is checked. Allows for solo instance disabling of respawning and selecting difficulty. Oh, cool. So they added instancing. So that means like if you're in a dungeon, you could probably, you can make it so that you can just work your way through the dungeon. Nothing respawns. It's an instance, so nobody else is there. J.R. Stark said, Corpsrun? Obviously not, LOL. Yeah, fortunately. Let's see if my harmony sticks this time. I think once we fill up this last bag with belts, we'll go turn in the belts. So we have one, actually we have one full bag. Do we want, yeah, we should probably wait until we get one more. Instancing is a game changer for me, being able to camp items on my own. Whoa. Holy moly. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, that orc shaman, man, he's like the bane of my existence. Spirit of Wolf can't come fast. How are they so fast? These guys are crazy fast, dude. Holy moly. Oh no. Jeez, man. Well, that just happened. Let's go to this hut over here because I think there's less craziness going on. Because we are playing at a higher difficulty, and it's gonna help us a little bit. All right, there's 2 spawns here. Let's do one at a time. Whoop, whoop, nope, nope, nope. Oh, you know what? We need to rebuff ourselves. Alright, let me think. Thistle coat. Is this one permanent? Yes. Is that it? Permanent? Permanent. This is 24 minutes. It's getting like wood. No, thank you. Camouflage, protection of wood. This is level 9. What is this? No, we don't need that. Tree form, fire fist. We don't need that. Spirit of wolf is level 10. Level 10, level 10. Gate. Oh yeah, I forgot that we even have gate. Cool beans. Alright, let's do this. And yet still it did nothing. If I remember correctly, I should always have, yeah, I mean, this is obvious, but you should always have the lower delay weapon in your primary and the longer delay in your secondary. I'm assuming it's the same for here. So, all right, let's, we're going to start a rotation. So we're going to move over here. And we're going to stick to a safe rotation, assuming there's no shamans. Ooh, Orc Seer, 2 of them. I mean, honestly, if my harmony sticks, then I don't see why this would be an issue. Yeah, easy. Someone else was saying harmony wasn't working right. Yeah, Drew, it seems that way. Either that or it's just not sticking, because I mean that would make sense too. All right, let's see. Waist. It feels good getting a new armor though. My AC is going up slowly but steadily. J.SKILL said nice pull. Thank you. I gotta say, like, you know, this whole, once you kind of get in the flow of what we're doing here. Oh, crack staff +3, holy moly. It's still only 1 platinum, right? 6 damage, 32 delay. I mean, that's like pretty, that's, oof. Oof, that's tempting. I mean, crack staff always had good DPS. I don't know what to do right now. I'm just gonna loot it and think about it. Six damage, 32 delay compared to 6 damage, 35 delay, and 4 damage, 29 delay. But then again, I don't like using one-hand blunt anything. So I don't think it's gonna fit my roleplay fantasy. It's like, straight up, bro. I'm not about to just use a one-hand blunt just because it's better DPS, because I'm literally aura farming, trying to be like Legolas and Thranduil. So I need my dual-handed one-hand slashing weapons. Okay, there was a good example of where the harmony didn't work. Let me see if it says anything. So I don't see anything in the chat that would suggest why it didn't work. It's the weird thing. Come on, finish him, bro. Alright, let's switch to evasive stance, heal. Alright, now let's switch to offensive. For once, we're actually running out of mana. Committed to the RP, respect. Yeah, man. I mean, again, we talked about this earlier about like fashion quests and everything. Like that's like super important, you know? There's a place for min-maxing and there's a place for just aura farming. And right now, I'm not doing a lot of aura. Well, I guess maybe I'm aura farming in one way, because look at my exposed chest. Nah, but I'm over this, man. I need some of my padded armor. Here's what we need. We need our next healing spell. We need Spirit of Wolf, and we need some padded leather. If I can at least accomplish 2 out of those 3 things tonight, I'm a very happy camper. Oh, nice. We got an upgraded cloth shawl. +2. Heck yeah. So, like, let's see. Rusty Forehammer is 4 damage, 30 delay. So it's basically like a freaking short sword. Are you serious, bro? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, this is not good. Let's root him. Crap. Nope, wrong spell. Jeez, man. Alright, there's a method to my madness. As soon as that root breaks, we're going to drop into defensive stance again. And then we're going to root him. Okay, boom, defensive. Now we're going to root him. Now we're going to run. Switch to range stance. And we're going to start poking him. Oh, and that was a terrible decision. Got it. Evasive stance again. And we just got to keep nuking. Switching to offensive stance. Back to into evasive stance. Nice. My spell blade procced. And let's go back into offensive stance and finish him. Okay, so yeah, I was not expecting that yellow out of nowhere. I gotta give the devs more credit, man. This whole thing about difficulty level is super smart. I mean, and keep in mind that, guys, like everything you're watching right now is a beta at 2:22 a.m. Eastern time. If there's truly 30,000 people that signed up for the beta, and if people enjoy this as much as I do, and keep in mind, I'm not a hardcore player, right? I'm not a min-maxer per se. I min-max, but I'm not like, this is not something I do on the regular. I don't play EverQuest Live. I even took a break from Project Quorum and P99. There's people that are in the zone right now, addicted to playing Quorum, P99, EQ Live, right? I've had those moments where, like, for 8 months straight, I'm like playing every single day. Can you imagine how much fun they're gonna have? Can you imagine how many people are gonna be logged in playing? Can you imagine how different this is all gonna look with the world filled up with players? And you know, somebody left a comment in my chat, in my comment section on YouTube, and they said one of the ways they're incentivizing grouping is that when you up the difficulty level, you and your groupie basically get additional loot or something like that. Like, I'm paraphrasing, and what I could be saying is misleading right now, but all I'm trying to say is this looks like this is going to be massively successful. And I think it's also a very powerful testament of, hey, check out what fans can do with the IP. Because, you know, Rogan, Secrets, all these people, yeah, they're running Project 1999, Project Quorum, respectfully, right? But they're just regular people. They're not like professional corporate dev team people. They're literally just fans. This is you can chalk it up and say this is a fan-made project. If this is successful, it's going to be a great testament to what happens when you give the IP, the intellectual property, to the fans. And if they can repeat this with other servers, with other versions of EverQuest, this could be really fun. And here's the thing, I've been emulating since 2001, but I'm tired of tinkering with the ini.ini file. I'm tired of the game crashing for no reason and then having to troubleshoot it. I'm tired of having to reinstall my texture packs every single time something goes wrong. I love the fact that I can just boot up the executable, the launcher pops up, it automatically updates everything, you hit play, you're in game, everything runs smoothly, nothing's broken. Like, 100% would rather be doing that than emulating. And again, I've been emulating since before emulating was like the cool thing to do, you know? This is annoying. This is so annoying. I did not mean to pull 3 at a time. Evasive is great. Yes, it is. I mean, I'm still learning how to jump between the different stances. But it's starting to kind of make more and more sense. Ooh, I got a cloak. Yay. Oh no. Hold on, boys. I need to focus. I need to focus. Come on. Kill him, kill him. Nice. Okay. Now let's go into offensive stance. Let's get this dude down a little bit. Okay, we gotta heal. Let's go back into offensive stance. We missed. That's not good. Hey, we're out of mana. That's not good. Alright, made the best DPS win, I suppose. Oof. Perfect. The Spellblade proc is freaking awesome, dude. Alright, just hope that they get the server capacity right. Drew ATX said, especially with so many instances. Yeah. Yo, my bad. JR Stark said, what's aura farming? It's what the cool kids say. Yo, I'm gonna straight mog on this dude. We're aura farming. Yo, that guy's a straight up Chad. 6'7", 6'7". It's dope. I mean, it's kind of like what we were saying as kids. It's like, yo, that's lit. Or, well, man, there's so much slang, dude. I have slang saved up from like 6 or 7 generations, and I'm fluent in all of them. I'm just not thinking right now. The 90s slang was very chill. I also know like the DC slang, so we used to call people slim all the time, and then every time I'd go to New York, they'd get offended. Like you'd say slim, and they'd say like, I forgot what there was, but you'd say it, and then it would be like fighting words. They'd be like, nah, you ain't call me slim, son. Oh yeah, son. Yeah. What's up, son? And then the DC people would be like, I ain't your son, Slim. And then the New York people, I ain't just Slim, son. Oh my gosh, I used to have a lot of fun friends. I used to go to New York like every weekend, and I had the New York accent down. I had I had a really fun childhood. I had a very, very fun time. And you know, I immigrated here from another country, so like I had to learn how to be an American. And then I realized that there's like different levels to this. Like, what do you mean by American? Do you mean Texas American? Hold on, I gotta stop laughing. Do you mean Texas American? Do you mean like Florida American, New York American, Midwest American, Chicago American? Like, there's like Boston. Hey, come over here and get some coffee and go to Worcester. Oh my gosh, man. There's like so many different types of like American accents, and like as a kid, I would pride myself in becoming like fluent in them, like genuinely. Like I'd go to New York, and it's kind of like when in Rome, you know? It's like you respect the culture, you adapt, you assimilate. And I'm a big fan of assimilation, right? I feel like if you go to another country, you need to respect their culture, their norms. You learn their language, you learn their customs. And when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. And I think it's the same thing in America. You know, you come here from another country, you learn the language, you learn the norms. And as a kid, I mean, I guess it kind of came naturally, and I would literally learn like the slang. So I don't know. I just thought it was funny. I'm in my reminiscent part of the stream, I guess. So battle axe +3 compared to what? Level 429, level 742. Yeah, it's worthless. There's no way I'm gonna main that. So SOW is 9 for Druids. So Drew ATX, it's level 10 in this game. I don't know what it is in the main game, but some of the spells are different here. Country Boy said, time to train someone, LOL. JR Stark said, yeah, I think so, and higher for Rangers. Yeah, so, but we're gonna get it very soon. Drew ATX said, evasive is great. Yeah, they cook with the game. Can't wait to play it. Just hope they get the server capacity right, especially with so many instances. Yeah, for real. JR Stark, maybe EQ3. There's always a bug, and I tried emulating but couldn't deal with it. It was frustrating. I agree about instancing. It could make it empty if I understand it correctly. Yeah, you know, it could make it empty, and I think they should definitely be careful with that. I agree about the instancing. It could make it empty if I understand it correctly. JR Stark, take the high ground. LOL. Sun and Slim. LOL. I'm from country New York, but I know. JR Stark, hey, how you doing? Yeah, exactly. Bane's Way said, it's me lurking again. Was playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, sorry, I should attack. Bane's Way said, haha, it's me lurking again. Was playing Red Dead Redemption 2 while watching in the background. Well, I just love South and Worcester, Mass. Yeah, dude. I mean, how do you like? You spelt it right. Worcester, M.A. Mass. Right. You look. It's in the chat right now for anyone curious. It's spelled Worcester. How do you get Worcester? Worcester. Hey, to all my Boston friends, how do you get Worcester out of Worcester? It's like, it's the culture, dude, and it's beautiful. It's amazing. I love these people, dude. You know, it just the America is probably one of the most diverse countries, just in the amount of American slang languages it has than any other country I can think of. Like, I've been to El Salvador, I've been to Guatemala, I've been to Russia, I've been to Ukraine, I've been to Germany, and all these other countries. And in America, not counting all the other cultures and all the other things, but just the baseline, like, whatever American culture, you could say, like Texas, Boston, New England, Maine, Midwest, Arkansas, California, Washington. The amount of different accents and lingos and dialects essentially that they have just for the American language is overwhelming. And I think Americans don't even understand how difficult the American language is and how it doesn't make sense. There's YouTube shorts about this, and the YouTube shorts are basically like, all right, it's basically like comparing spelling. It's like, okay, if this then that, then this is that. And then the guy, it'll be like spelling. So if you spell bear is B-E-A-R, then how do you spell bear, like naked, right? And it was like, oh, okay, so B-A-R, and then the guy would be like, no, it's B-A-R-E. See, because I forgot what he said. It's not funny when I'm doing it, but like if you know what I'm talking about, it's hilarious. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then hopefully you run into that video. He has a whole segment specifically on that, and how confusing the English language is, you know, when it comes to like spelling and stuff like that. Like, the English language is, a lot of it is just like you have to memorize it. Like, it's not about like logic and common sense. It's like, no, you just have to memorize it. Welcome to Worcester, Bane's Way said. I don't know. Pack the car. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. J.R. Stark said American people are unable to understand their own words that they're using over there. No, you're it's 100% the truth. Some people can't speak to each other. Drew ATX said English is so bizarre. It really is. LOL, I know. It's cause that, yeah, Bane's way. Yeah, the video is, LOL, it's because that's why. Yeah. Let me complete a thought for once in my life and see if I can actually find it. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Heck yeah. We're finally level 9, I think. Peace, dog. No. Yeah. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. Great Warden staff, sell that. All right, we got it. We got to pause for a second so we can make it back to town. This is why I'm always talking about like the importance of a town. It's like when you level up, it's a good feeling going back to the main city, and you know, buying your spells and buying all this and yada yada yada. That's why I really hope like Pantheon gives us Throne Fast, man. We need like a hub city like that to go home to after the battles. I just randomly thought about, like, when I just dinged and I thought about going back to the town, I was like, man, Pantheon was such a fun game. I really wish they would like release more cities, you know, at least give us like one Night Harbor and one Phelan Draw, basically. One Kelethon and one Freeport, just for early access, and the game would be like 10x better, just with that stuff in the game. Okay, cloth sleeves, nice. We just got an upgrade. Let's gate really quick. I need to get my bearings, guys. Perfect. Woot grats. Thank you, Baines. Peace dog said woot. Thank you, brother. Peace dog, that guy's name is Bobby Finn, I think. Oh, thank you, brother. I was gonna look it up on YouTube to share it with you guys, but I didn't want to get distracted. Bobby Finn, English class. Okay. Perfect. So I'm putting it in the chat for future people that are watching the VOD, just so I can finish the joke, right? Anyways, the guy's name is Bobby Finn, I think. Thank you for sharing that. Bane said, when can the rest of us join the fun? I mean, release for us. So Bane's, it's supposed to release sometime in July, but they're still letting people in for the beta, I think. You know, they're still working out quirks and doing other stuff, so, but it's going to be really soon. Like, this is right around the corner. This is really exciting, to be honest. I mean, normally you get betas like this and then you have no idea when they're going to come out, but in this case, it's right around the corner. So, yeah. All right, we're going to sell all this stuff. Small cloth shirt. I mean, we're kind of cooking, boys. No way I just sold that. Oh, gosh. I didn't mean to sell that. I really didn't mean to sell that. Okay, we're going to buy it back. I panicked for a second there. Yeah, we need every bit of AC we can get. So sell this, sell this. Okay, cracked staff +3. 6 damage, 32 to... Yeah, we're not. I already said I wouldn't because it's going to mess with my roleplay fantasy. Sell. Sell. Can't sell that. Small cloth shirt, 4 gold. Boys, we're cooking. We have almost 8 platinum, dude. Yeah, we have 8 platinum, 8 gold, dude. We're literally cooking. And then we got 2 more Crushbone belts left, and then we can go to our next place. All right, so I think we have our new healing spell. So light healing, level 9. Boom, bingo. This is going to be a massive upgrade for us. Mr. Koss 1995 said, guess for the beta this is a bit more easier as it is based off an established proven stable. Yeah, you read my mind. I was literally gonna like sprinkle that in. It is a bit more easier as it is based off an established proven stable game. They just have to make changes that don't mess it up. Exactly. Yeah. No, it's still interesting and unique and cool what they've done, and I'm sure they've taken inspiration from all their experience with P99, with Quorum, because a lot of the stuff I see implemented in this was in Quorum, like the quality of life stuff. I'm sure they got a little bit of inspiration from the hero's journey and other things. And over the years, there's been probably thousands, let's just say hundreds of emulated servers. I've played variations of like the hero's journey all the way back in the early 2000s, right? Custom classing, custom this, like emulating is not difficult, you know? Getting good at emulating is difficult, but it's something anyone can learn. You can edit the hex files. I mean, think about it. I was 11, 12. I think in 2001, I was 13 years old, right? So what I figured out how to do is hex edit the game, right? And this is before like Google and AI and search. You actually had to do your research and read through the forums, and then you had to kind of, after that, use logic and common sense. So I would figure out how to hex edit the game. This was all offline and not on the live servers, but I basically could spawn any NPC. I could modify all my stats. I could teleport to any zone. Like I even went to the GM zones back in the day. And then you can modify the game from there. You can modify the textures. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. Like I didn't really get into the weeds of it. But a lot of the people I know, they emulate their own servers, and you know, it's something anyone can do, you know. Not saying they should do it. I'm saying they can. Like they have the capability of doing it. You obviously should respect any things that you're allowed to do or not allowed to do. I have no idea. I'm not involved in that. Give me a second here. Yo, my bad. It looks like it might be intentional. J.R. Stark saying, yeah, no, that was brain fog. My bad. True, but they're making pretty sick. So yeah, what I was saying is like we got all our spells, we got everything we need. Yes, guys, it was totally intentional. I was just talking to myself. Sorry about that. You know, sometimes I gotta have a conversation with myself. Yikes. Anyways, Druid said, true, but they're making pretty significant changes, and EQ's code base after 27 years is probably a bit of a mess. It's a terrible mess, dude. That's why I'm a huge advocate of them porting this into a new engine and rewriting it from scratch with the help of like AI tools and stuff like that. Mr. Cost said, Drew, I got into F2P, pay to win, free to play, pay to win games, Star Trek Fleet Command. You have no idea what bad programming / coding is until you've seen that game. They lured in players using the Star Trek name. Oh gosh, I can only imagine. Drew ATX said, I remember hex editing Bard's Tale characters on my Apple eggs good times. Drew ATX said, I bet free to play, pay to win, I expect them to be trash. Peace Dog said, muted. I think you're muted. At least games like Raid and WOT worked, though they were crash grabs. STFC is a total disaster. Holy acronym, Batman. J.R. Stark said, I hear their game, but not him. Mr. Cuss muted Mike. Jeez, I'm so sorry, boys. J.R. Stark said, looks like it might be intentional. You might be on the phone. Shrug. Has the porting option came in? So yeah, you can. I know you can port. Just don't know. I hope that they don't nerf porting, and what I mean by that is like I hope they don't give like self ports to a bunch of people. Like it would be nice if druids were relevant, you know, like Dial a Port is an organic guild from like P99 and Quorum. I'm in Dial a Port, and you know, one of the reasons why I like to play a druid is because I like to help other people, and I'm a big advocate of organic guilds and stuff like that, where you have a utility that benefits the rest of the server. And give me a second here. So backpack. Okay, so you don't sell it. I think I need to go to South Karana, or not South Karana, the Desert of Ro or something like that. And that's probably the only place where you can buy the bag that I'm talking about. So basically what I was saying, and I was probably on mute, is there's a bag I want to buy that's similar to a backpack, but it weighs next to nothing. I'm just double checking if they have it here. So large harness. No. I really want to buy this right here. 27 minutes. Yeah, but basically I hope that Druid ports and Wizard ports remain relevant, and they don't make it all about, you know, self-porting, because that would be unfortunate. Okay, this is all leather stuff. I'm trying to remember what the bag name is, man. Box of loot strings, iron ration. I'm thinking right now, I'm trying to remember. What? Ashwood bow staff. Oh no. Arrow. Okay, she doesn't have true shot bow. Ooh. Do you sell any bows? Hold on. Arrow. Okay, she doesn't sell that. But what about a different kind of bow? What if somebody sold a bow here? Okay, long bow. Nope. Oh, Oh, sorry. We're talking about like two different things. So, you're talking about porting, as in like porting new engine because the code issue. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Porting the code would be ideal. I hear the game, I bet. Let me go back up. Might has the porting option came up. So has the porting option came up? Do you mean specifically? Now I'm gonna throw the question back at you. Are you talking about porting as far as like teleporting, or are you like Druid spells, or are you talking about porting as in porting code? Because I'm not sure. Tailoring supplies. Dang, man. I get into these moments and then I really try to remember what it was, what kind of bag it was. Let me see. Sick EverQuest. 6 slot backpack. Toolboxes, Sharlock. Medicine bag. There you go. Medicine bag. That's what I'm talking about. So medicine bag. Medicine bag. Okay. Classic era. It weighs 0.4. So, and it fits large items. Let's see. Okay, we can get it in Caledon, I think. Yeah, okay. All right, so we're not going to get it right now. So no need to search any further. Let's just try to get to level 10 because I'm locked in, boys. I'm locked in. I need this. Because once I get SOW, it's over, boys. They're going to hate us because they ain't us. I thought you meant porting to a new engine. Drew ATX said, I don't see them ever porting EQ as it exists now to a new engine. It'd just be a new game at that point. Well, here's the thing. Whether or not they want to do it or not, we are fast tracking to a future where somebody will be able to do that in their closet, in their office, in their home. If, like Vanguard Saga of Heroes, there's missing code from that. And otherwise, like, we would have a really good emulator to play, and Vanguard Saga of Heroes is a game that I never got to experience and never got to play, but I've heard amazing things about it. So one of those things that I hope somebody brings it back. Oops. Sorry, boys. I gotta lock in for a second here. Okay, let's use our new healing spell. I don't see them ever porting. JR Stark said, I don't see them ever. I was referring to porting the code. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Got discombobulated there. I totally agree with teleporting being relevant. I was wondering because it sounds like you know the dev team in some extent, and I've seen videos. I don't know the dev team. I don't have any special relationship with Secrets or Rogan or any of those people. I've been in the same discords as them. I've seen, had our chats side by side occasionally, you know what I mean? Like when other people are asking questions, but I don't claim to know them, nor do I, actively speak with them. I'm a major lurker. Like I really try to stay out of people's way. Like even Eminem, like you would think that I have a close relationship with the devs. But like I'm a lot better at like glazing and celebrating other people's wins than participating and trying to put my 2 cents in. So yeah, I don't really have a relationship, but I definitely watch what these people do. So I always have my ear to the ground of what's possible, yes, you can say. But yeah, I don't think that's like a major priority as far as like porting the code. I think that's more of just like conversational stuff that we can dream. Again, you always got to remember, like when we're talking about an IP that's part of a live game, the question of money always comes up of how does this benefit our bottom line? That has to be a part of the conversation. Like imagine being at work and let's say you work for a shoe factory or a shoemaker, right? And you're like, man, what if we brought back boots with those little, cowboy things on the back of them, that do the clanking sound, right? And it might be a revolutionary idea. Maybe people ask for it and stuff like that. But it's like a very niche group of people that want that. And you can't just start working on that project, right? You work for a shoe company and your main seller is, running shoes. As cool as that idea might be, the company, even if they consider your idea, their question is going to be bottom line. What's more efficient for us? Do we focus on keep doing what makes us successful already and basically farming the success that we've already experienced? Or do we take a risk and start making these boots where there's no proof of whether or not it will make sense? And now we have to add an additional step to our manufacturing process, where right now we're just making shoes. But now you're saying you want to make the boots, and now we have to add this little metal thing to the back of them, just like the cowboys had. Now we need to use we need to make a mold for it. We need to add another step to our manufacturing and ordering process, where now we need to source metal and other components. We might have to add another layer of support to maintain potential issues with the product. So again, I'm using that as an analogy to compare to what benefit would it have for a company like Daybreak or Darkpaw, whatever, to say, hey, let's rewrite this code for a 27-year-old game so that we can make a fringe group of EQ fans happy because they want to see it on a new engine. The only way that somebody like that would do something about it is if there was like a way to show and prove that it would be beneficial to the company's bottom line. And if somebody could prove that and make the investors happy and make the other stakeholders happy, then yeah, I could see them doing that. But without that kind of support, it would likely just be like a passion project. And that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm saying like this is from a passion project perspective. I feel like we're getting to an age where AI is becoming useful enough, because, you know, let's be honest, like it can be pretty dumb sometimes. Useful enough that insufficient mana. Okay, we're just gonna run. Where somebody can do this in their, you know, closet, like I said. So yeah, if anyone does this kind of thing, it would probably just be like a fan-made project using their programming skills. And again, it's not just about using AI. You actually have to know how to code and know how to do all these things. Whenever I reference AI, I reference it as a tool, and it's supposed to augment your abilities, and it's supposed to expedite the process, because one of the, and this is just me using my imagination, what I imagine is that it's when you're dealing with a code that's 27 years old, that was written the way it was for EQ, is that you'll probably run into issues of it not translating properly to whatever engine you're, say, putting into Unreal or whatever. And what AI can help with is basically troubleshooting or running bug reports, or, you know, reading through the logs, where instead of using the human eyes of going line by line by line by line, you can run the model to basically scan for inconsistencies and predicting if this and then that. Let's say you have the old EQ code, you port it to Unity, and then you think logically, I just rewrote it correctly, but then you can use AI to augment your abilities to say, yes, but what you're not taking into account is if you change this, then that is going to happen, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That would probably likely just be a passion project from like some dudes in their garage, and not necessarily the work of a major company like Daybreak, because again, it's all about bottom line, and can't blame them for that. They're a business. They are for-profit business. They're not here to make fans happy. Like, that's literally the reason why they show up to work every day, is to make money. You know, making the customer happy is an afterthought. And that's not a knock on them. That's with any company in existence. The number one, unless it's like a charity, the number one goal is to make money so you can pay your employees, pay yourself, and for your business not to go under. I thought it meant porting. I don't see them ever porting EQ. I was referring to porting J.R. Stark, or of it rendered in Unreal. J.R. Stark Unreal would be crazy. Drew ATX said, oh yeah, we're very close to that already, and the AI tools would just get better. Yeah, I've heard it said before. This is the worst AI is ever going to be. Like today, it's going to be, and then tomorrow it's going to be the worst that it's ever going to be. It's only going to get better and better. Oh yeah, we're very close to that. A noob like me, J.R. Stark said, a noob like me, if I had the time, could do it, but yeah, you know, dad life, yeah, for sure, exactly. Drew ATX said, I feel you on the dad life, said, by the way, J.R. Stark. Drew ATX said, Vanguard had so many great ideas, was just rushed out too early and ran like garbage. Exactly. I've heard that a lot, but I've also heard really good things. I know Zukin, the dude from Monsters and Memories, I think he's like somebody that really enjoys that game, and I'm not sure if he played it when it first came out, but I believe he's played the emulator, and he told me about how dope it was. J.R. Stark said, yeah, that's kind of what I meant, just overheard. Spurs, LOL, I breed horses, great example. SOE, Sony Online Interactive, yeah. Well, figured AI would make it cheap, but you're right to dream and fantasize, yeah. And I agree, I have natural musical abilities, and I'm using AI to teach me music theory now, how to prompt in platform. Yeah, there you go. That's a great example of how you can use AI to augment your abilities. It's like you have a natural gift, and you use AI not to do the gift for you, but to kind of lead you in the direction where, I mean, I think I did something recently like that with yeah, I don't remember what it was, man. There's so many examples of this, I can't even begin to go into it. because I'm trying to fight, obviously. But that's and I guess that's the point. If people can think of it from that perspective, and focus on how can this tool teach me or make me better at something that I'm already good at. It's not about doing it for you. Like, if you're a musician, right? The goal is not, oh, okay, AI, make the whole song for me from beginning to end. Like, no. That's you're missing the point. And by the way, people that use AI only for that reason, and basically do this for me, think for me, replace my brain with your brain, you're gonna see a generation of you think TikTok brain is bad. You think people that live chronically on the internet is bad. Just wait until you have the people that literally every single task they do is dependent on an AI doing it for them. You're going to see a new generation, a generation of stupid that you can't even imagine, right? Again, you don't want AI to think for you. You want it to augment your thinking. You want it to augment your abilities. You want it. It's like a great example would be like power armor and Fallout, right? You give the power armor to just anybody, and sure, they might make them a little bit stronger, but then if they don't know how to use it and use it right, it might make them bad things happen, you know, if the show Fallout has ever taught us anything. But if you put the power armor in the right hands, it can do some pretty amazing things. Why is he resisting so much, bro? This guy is just really starting to bug me. Agreed, I have a natural music, but you can tell and hear the difference, GHz Stark. They will lose their abilities, yeah. Well, but keep in mind though, and this goes for music, this goes for our generation, there will come a time where it will be indistinguishable whether or not something is AI or real. I mean, you already have people, more seasoned people, that sit on Facebook and they see videos and they're like, is that AI? Holy cannoli, did you hear about the aliens that came down and talked to the president? Apparently they're best friends now and they live on the moon. I saw the video. Go on for the book of face, the face of the book, you know, it's right there. Look at the video. It's in color, black and white, right there. It's on the video screen right there. The moon and the alien and the president, they're all talking to each other. It's right there. What you mean it's not real? AI, I don't know what you're talking about, son. Like, there's literally people like that exist in the millions. Just wait 5 years from now, and literally the video generation, our generation, and everything else is going to be indistinguishable from what humans can do. Indistinguishable. It's a brave new world. It's crazy. It's really exciting, you know, and I warn my kids about this, by the way. I have, even at their young age, you know, I have conversations about their future, because like nobody warned my generation that, oh, you know, just go to college, just work your way up through the corporate thing, and then you're gonna be able to buy a house for $200,000, and you know, you're gonna have 2 cars, and everything's gonna be dandy for you. Yeah, it's like, okay, except for that never happened. So like, I'm very careful with keeping my ear to the ground and paying attention to what's happening, so I can basically warn my kids. It's like, you know, you're gonna need to, the most important tool for you is to have logic, to have grit, and to think outside the box, and to think for yourself. You know, if you don't learn how to think for yourself, and you think that, you know, the road is just gonna be paved for you and it's going to be that simple. No, it's like sometimes you're going to have to think outside the box. You're going to need to learn how to use the tools that are around you, and don't just depend on like a quick 1, 2, 3 step to success. Like, sure, education is important, college is important, school is important, but beyond that, you need to learn how to think for yourself and how to pivot, because we don't know how technology is going to shift the trajectory, you know, of our future, and when you really need to kind of plan for that. And it's really hard to plan for the unknown, but at the very least, I want my kids to be aware that, hey, there's a possibility that what worked for you 10 years ago isn't going to work for you in the next 10 years, you know. I really want to get this dude, but they need to. I don't think I can take all 3 of them. Give me a second here. Holy moly, what the heck just happened? You just made me laugh so hard I have to buy you a beer or whatever. J.R. Stark said. Oh my gosh, bro. That's incredible, bro. I can't believe you just did one of those tip things. The whatchamacallit, how you log in and you put the little tip jar, only it's on the interwebs. Or you put the money in the bag and it's like somehow it teleports it to the man on the television screen. Yeah, Mr. J.R. Stark just did that. Well, thank you. Thank you, my fine man. You're a good fella. You're a good fella, and I appreciate everything you've done. But just know that you don't have to do that. You know, it's completely optional, and I don't encourage anybody to do anything when it comes to the personal finances. But I'm glad that you had a good time, and I hope you keep having a good time in your hair. Seriously, though, don't ever do that again. But thank you. The respectful thing to do is to say thank you, and I appreciate it. But just for you and anyone else, I never encourage any kind of money or anything like that. So they need to find a way of like, Twitch does something where, you know, they do a better job of giving the viewers tools to basically like interact, where it doesn't always have to be like money or something like that. I think like stickers or something, like, or bits. I don't know. You know, I just don't feel, I never feel comfortable taking money from people, so I apologize if that was a bit awkward. But I still appreciate it, man. It's the nice thing to do is just to say thank you. So thank you. You're a legend. Oh gosh. And this guy is gonna make me pay for it. Here, let's knock out these dudes first. Alright, well now this is just ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not playing this. Hold on. Now I'm getting trolled. I didn't even realize that. I don't even know how many people are in here right now, but Kevin Hunt said, "You are my favorite gay streamer." Oh my gosh. I can already see the chargebacks now. But thank you for the 50 if that is real. Appreciate you. Hold on, I'm trying to read this chat and not die at the same time. 1 second. This is so dumb. What's the easiest way to divide and conquer a nation? Oh, jeez, these people just keep coming. That's what she said. Alright. At least we got that last dude down. Holy moly. I love the accent. You can tell and hear the difference. They will lose their abilities. Mr. Carl said, the information age, like all ages, it is weaponized to disinformation. The last two ages, industrial and atomic, both for economic power and supply, weaponized. Now instead of kinetic, it's psychological. I mean, I think to some degree it's always been psychological, but you're right, you know. It just made me laugh so hard I had to buy a beer or whatever. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. J.R. Stark said, what's the easiest way to divide and conquer a nation? Divided and disarm. Just saying. No, you're right. You're right. The algorithms are great at doing that. If you had a QR code for a BTC wallet, I wouldn't hit you. I would have hit you with that instead. That's just how I roll, bro. I would have bought you the whole bar of beer tonight, but I stayed home. I appreciate you, man. Honestly, I'm grateful because y'all are super chill, and it is just like chilling with the boys. So, Kevin Hunt said, "You are my favorite gay streamer. $50. You're out of it. You're crazy." J.R. Stark said, "I appreciate it. BTS Lightning wallet address or QR code. Sorry if I made it awkward. No. It's fine, dude. I just it's not awkward. It's just I don't feel it. So like, here's the thing. For me, what's awkward is taking money for something that I don't feel I should be taking money for. Like if I'm like, for example, I work in IT sales, so I know a thing or two about, you know, giving people value. I 100% believe in getting paid for me bringing value to the table. I think it's duh. But I mean, for something like this, it like sitting here, like just talking to you guys, chilling, having a good time, and then taking money for that, it feels awkward. You know what I mean? So it's not you that's awkward. It's just the thought of getting paid for something like this is awkward. You know, it's nice. I mean, there's streamers that make millions of dollars, and it's like, yeah, that must be nice, right? But let's be real. At the end of the day, when you boil it down, I mean, you can call anything work, obviously, but you're at the end of the day, you're sitting at a desk playing a game and talking to people, and then these people make millions for it. Not knocking it. I think I respect the hustle. I think that's amazing. But for me, it's just like, it's awkward. So that's kind of why I react that way. J.R. Stark said, "Oh well." Drew ATX said, "You guys are awesome." Yeah, seriously. J.R. Stark said, "He's gonna die. Charge back." Well, the one dude that died. J.R. Stark said, "Charge back." No. Not you. I saw the 50 and I immediately was like, no way. Kevin Hunt said, "I played this game like 12 years old. I'm 40, stuck on Baldur's Gate 3 with new mods. EQ is a great game." Okay, cool. So you are real. Awesome, Kevin. And I'm sorry. Of course you are. You were in the chat the other night, I believe. My memory, keeping track of all the usernames is a little hard. Drew ATX said, "Rip." I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and I have yet to do Baldur's Gate 3. I was going to play it, but then I think I made a decision where I'm like, you know what, this is something I'd probably want to do hanging out with the boys on stream. All right, I think we have enough belts, y'all. Should we go turn them in? I think so. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. If this levels us up and gives us the loot that we need, it'll be a good day. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that? Give me a second. Quick bio, bro. All right, I'm back. Good night, Junior. Good night, Junior. Junior Stark. Oh, no. Junior Stark said, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm the only one in Discord that isn't all that popular, and I can't remember who is who. JR said to do it. Yeah, we're going to turn in the belts now. Trying to think would be good. Third class with range or druid. So I'm going with... I don't know about good or bad, but what I'm doing is I'm going with the monk. It's trying to complete like the RP fantasy of the whole Legolas, Thranduil, Lord of the Rings type of deal. So I'm going with monk because of feign death and because of just more DPS type stuff. I don't know. I'm just, it's gonna be just some organic stuff, to be honest. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm the only one to do it. Mr. Koss said, trying to think what would be great with third class. JR Sark, well, guys, it was fun chatting. Take it easy and have a great Memorial Day. Last call. Last call's about now, so I gotta get home. Hey, get home safely, brother. And thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you. You're awesome. And thank you for making the night fun. JR said, I'd buy y'all beers if I could. Thank you, brother. It's been a fun night, and for sure. I mean, I'm going to keep on going for a bit longer, but do make sure you get home safely. Oops, I'm over here attacking this guy. Everyone's saying, take care, take care, take care. Okay. So, what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Probably not important. But okay, so we're about to knock... So here's the thing. I talked about this earlier about how, you know, a lack of quests and all that stuff in EverQuest. There's actually plenty of quests. You just have to know how to look them up and wiki this and wiki that. The amount of things I've accomplished, like when I logged in, or like maybe 5 minutes before I logged in, because I took a nap. And I woke up at like 11:15, and I was like, oh crap, I was gonna log on tonight. So like within 30 minutes, I kind of like freshened up. I was like, all right, if I'm gonna show my ugly mug on the interwebs, then I need to, you know, log in before midnight. So I ended up thinking, like, oh, what do I even want to do tonight? And I was like, I need to get a bow. I want to get to level 10. I want to do some Crushbone belts, and I want to get my armor upgraded. And it's a cool feeling. So even though we're not doing like linear quests like WoW, just the slow and steady progression of accomplishing those goals, that's something I've always loved about EQ, you know. And yeah, man. So it's like, it's really cool because you going into it, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, and then just having one thing after another get accomplished, that's a very dope feeling. It's really nice. And one of the things that we added to the list is I want to get medicine bags. So we're going to get all these backpacks, we're going to replace them with medicine bags. Because these weigh 3 pounds, and then the medicine bags are like 0.03 or 0.06 or 0.07, something like that. Oh, and by the way, with Kevin, I see what you did there. In your donation, you said you are my favorite happy streamer, and I know that because you're a product of the 90s. Because that word is another way of saying happy. Right, so I see what you did there, bro. And you're right, I am a happy streamer. Very happy indeed. I'm the happiest streamer. Super happy. I'm uber happy. The absolute happiest dude that's ever lived. Speaking of happy, this song makes me really happy. Shout out to Robert Engstrand. This is the song from when you go into Night Harbor and you go into the inn. There's a lady that's playing on a lute, like on a guitar. It's called Seraphina's Dream. It's really cool. Music is a major component that makes these games feel lived in. So like Monsters and Memories, the reason it has such a big vibe is, you know, even like 2 years ago when I played it, before like the upgraded textures were in, before Valendraw was even a city, the world already felt alive. And that's mainly because of like the music and the gameplay and the mobs and all this other stuff. And it's crazy what happens when you focus on like gameplay and the world building instead of just like gimmicks. Kevin said, yeah, I'm 90s. I was screwing around to be funny. Was named that? Nah, man, it was funny. Here's the thing though, you just never know. I'm just like, wait, am I being trolled right now? But no, you're totally cool. You're totally fine. It was funny. It was just unexpected. I was like, oh crap, what's happening? Because, you know, you never know. Sometimes there's, I haven't had this experience, but like sometimes there's like people that aren't real or people that whatever. But no, I recognize your name. So we had a sense of humor in the 90s, by the way. And the thing is, we also got along. We got along, we had a sense of humor, and everyone was happy and nobody got hurt. It's good times, man. So you gotta learn how to laugh. You gotta learn how to laugh at yourself, and you probably had to have thick, well, not probably, but you had to have pretty thick skin growing up in the 90s. High school was brutal. All right, here we go, boys. This is... Oh, by the way, hold on. Before we go any further. So who has the medicine bag? South Caledon. We're in South Caledon. So Red Fist Metal near the Warrior Guild. So Red Fist Metal... Ooh, right here. All right, so I'm going to put you guys on to something right here. There it is, boys. The medicine bag. It costs 1 platinum? That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like they upped the price. Yeah, 0.04. Okay, here. Let's do this really quick. Oh no. Kevin, slow down, brother. I just donated another 50, dude. That's crazy. Can you play video on screen, or have you already seen dwarf parkour? Never mind then. Yeah, hold on. Dwarf parkour. Dwarf parkour. I mean, yeah. Hold on. All right, you ready for this? Let me make sure there's nothing. Okay. I love this. This is a classic. Bro, this is epic. I love it. I haven't seen this in so freaking long. We need more stuff like this. Bro, not with the dragons. He really committed to this, man. The editing, the music, everything. Can you imagine what was going through his head when he was making this? He's like, all right, like planning all the shots, planning all the places he was gonna go. That's so sick, dude.
On me, I have DA, no problem. Oh, Dalian killed it! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Dude, that's crazy. Oh my gosh, man. That was a classic, dude. Hey, but for real, thank you for the 50, man. You didn't have to do that. Don't ever feel like you need to do that. Anyways, but thank you, man. I need to get used to not making it awkward. So, all right. So what are we doing? Give me a second here, boys. Let me figure my life out right now. All right. So let's migrate our bags. We're gonna buy 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then wait, what? Oh no. It's a trade. It has a whole trade skill thing now. Oh, that's not good. I didn't know. Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, guys, you learned something on stream today. Medicine bags in EQ Legends do not work the same way as they do in P99 or Quorum. So it's an actual trade skill. Wait, am I tripping? No. Hold on, maybe I'm tripping. No, it works just fine. I don't know why I'm yapping. Hold on. So if you right click the bag, gosh man, this is stressful. I won the lottery 10 mil, wanted to buy Daybreak, but I'm not, but I'm sure it's a lot. Bro, happy congrats on the winning the lottery. That's awesome. I always thought about like what I would do if I won the lottery, and I would like immediately make sure that my kids were taken care of, and then make sure my parents are taken care of, because that was always the goal. The goal was always to make sure that everyone else is good, because then I can focus on my hustle. You know, the one thing that keeps me, and this is like the advice I always give like younger people, I was like, you know, you want to start a family? Cool. You want to get married? Cool. But make sure that you are in a place where you aren't like financially trapped, because the one thing that breaks family apart, whether it's marriages and kids and stuff, is when you are stuck in the grind and you're constantly trying to better yourself. And it's a lot harder to better yourself when you also need to focus on being a husband, a father, and all that other stuff. Nothing wrong with that. But it's like, if you have aspirations to become successful, focus on doing that first before you start thinking about making a family, because it becomes a lot harder to become successful once you've already, you know, had a family and everything like that. There's not, I'm assuming there's probably not a lot of like younger viewers that would ever hear that, but I always say that to like younger people. At least that's like one takeaway from life, because I've always had like an entrepreneurial mindset. I've always wanted to like do very big things, and I'm still doing a lot of those things, but the pace has slowed down over like the past decade, just because I've had to focus so much on, you know, family, medical stuff, and then, you know, parents and all this other stuff, making sure they're taken care of. So yeah, if I won the lottery, what I would do is I would make sure they're all set. And then I'm basically buying myself freedom and time, so then I can focus on getting myself in a position where I have so much disposable reoccurring income that then I can relax, you know, and retire early. So in other words, I wouldn't spend that money on myself. I'd spend it on other people, and then I'd reinvest the rest into starting, you know, the venture, the business, whatever entrepreneurial idea I had, to make it a reality. You know, basically you got to make your money work for you. All right, let me think. So do we even want to do this? Because if I right click it, it opens. Give me a second, boys. I need to figure this out. Yeah, I'm not messing with this right now. We're gonna lose some money off of this, but that's okay. I think we lost like 3 gold from that little experiment. Okay, so medicine bags are nerfed. Eminem has such good music. I've been using it for my D&D games as of late. Kuramath said, that's awesome, dude. Drew ATX said, bedtime for me. Great chats tonight. Take it easy. Take care, brother. Thank you for being here. Kuramath said, night, Drew. Kevin Hunt said, EQ legendary vid. Yeah, that video was great. Thank you for thank you for bringing that up, man. Peace Dog said, LOL. Kevin Hunt said, thanks. Yeah, I haven't seen it in forever. Baines Way said, LOL. Find that Where's My Corpse song. Oh, Where's My Corpse? I will in just a second. Let me let's turn in these Crushbone belts to see if we get the upgraded armor that we're trying to get. I won the lottery 10 mil. I wanted to buy Daybreak, but I'm not sure. Yeah, probably 10 mil is not enough to buy Daybreak, I would think, just because they have like a lot of different. Well, I'm sure they have multiple subsidiaries, but they have so many IPs under their belt. It's not just like EQ. I love Jur Davi said, I love that way of thinking. Definitely great advice. Yeah, man. I mean, love is great, you know, families are great, but it's really hard to love when you can't feed your family. It's really hard to love when you're constantly arguing about finances and paying rent. It's really hard to love when you're not giving your significant others the lifestyle that maybe they were expecting, or that you mistakenly promised that you would give them, right? It sucks, but that's just the reality. Like, love is a beautiful word, and when it's perfect, but love is dependent on, unfortunately, exterior factors that, you know, like finances and other stuff. So yep, gotta be careful. Kevin Hunt said, I took care of family, then opened two esports video game bars, then investments. Been 8 years ago. Now those were great thoughts. But those were great thoughts. No, yeah, and Kevin, I was just speaking of myself, but that's awesome, dude. And honestly, congratulations. That's super, super awesome. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna do one at a time really quick. You know, one thing I would hope that they change. So you see how these are Crushbone belts +2? I wish that they gave me tattered gloves +2. Because right now the cloth gloves are 4 AC and the tattered gloves are 3 AC. And I would have to manually upgrade them for it to be worth it. But that's just my initial thought. Because logically, if these are +2 Crushbone belts, then why wouldn't they anyways, let's just do it this way. Alright, we'll just do all of them at the same time. So, because I was checking to make sure that it works just like it did in Classic EQ. Dang, that sucks, dude. I can't believe that I'm getting more AC from the cloth instead of these. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to commit to my little RP fantasy and just ignore the fact that I'm losing some AC right now. Okay, here we go. So we have 3 pairs of these gloves. All right, we're just gonna have to upgrade it. Okay, so I'm just getting organized. So we're gonna upgrade all this all the way up. And small buckler, we'll sell this. Shoulder pads, will upgrade that. And Soulfire was the best sword. Oh crap, I gotta catch up to chat. Hold on one sec, boys. Alright, so let's upgrade and see what happens. The item you're trying to add will not work. You cannot fuse an item to itself. Why not? I thought that was the whole point. You must place another copy. Yeah. What are you talking about, bro? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, patchwork sleeves +2, +2. See, now we're cooking. Oh yeah, I forgot. We're slowly starting to look better, but we're gonna need to upgrade a little bit more before we get to where we want to be. Merge item. All right, now for the boots. Hey, look at us. We're already starting to look better. All right, here we go. Merge. 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 All right, now for the gloves. Where the gloves at? Right there. Cool. Now we're starting to look like Michael Jackson with our gloves. Hee hee hee. All right. And speaking of Michael Jackson, did that movie come out yet? I'm actually looking forward to watching that. All right, cool. So at least we have some new armor, but kind of wish we got a chest piece out of this. The XP was underwhelming. Let me double check who sells armor here. Definitely great if I feel that. Soulfire was the best sword. I've never had the Soulfire. Crack Giant Scarabus, Scarab Carapace. Wasn't there armor made out of this? Let me find a place that sells armor really quick. So he sells weapons. Somebody in here has to sell armor. Warrior Guildmaster. Can't remember where though. And these are all holding rooms or bedrooms, I mean, so not here. Warrior Guildmaster, no. And I think Wood Elves can wear small armor. No problem. Warrior Guildmaster. Now I might need to find the leather worker. Ooh, the arena. We're not going in there. I love the addition of the arenas. Like in a PvE game, I definitely want to see that in like Monsters and Memories and other ones. Yeah, so what I want to do right now is I just want to find... wait, hold on. Is this just weapons? Yeah, smithing. Armor. That's it? Bro, Gotta get your inventory up. That's crazy. Well, I guess it makes sense because swords and shields. Where is it? So this is iron food. Ooh, there you go. Tanned assets. Perfect. This is what we need. Leather armor. Let's at least get the chest piece, right? Small leather tunic. Warrior, cleric, ranger, race all. You want 3 platinum? Okay, fine. Why not? Are you ready for this, boys? We're about to transform into a true ranger. Hey, there we go. Now we just need some pants. Let's get some pants. Small leather leggings. 2 platinum. Boom shakalaka. That's how you do it, boys. Yay, finally. Finally. Gosh, I was so tired of the cloth armor. Alright, I don't think we're going to spend any more of our money right now. Tattered shoulder pads, cloth cape. I mean, I guess we can use... No, we're not. Yeah, no, we're good on everything else. And let me see if I can sell any of this. See, that's the only thing I don't understand. Once it's attuned, why can't we sell it? But I get it. Okay, guys, we did it. So forget about the medicine bag. So hopefully you guys learned something. Don't ever do what I just did, because medicine bags are worthless. And all of this can just go in the trash. I don't think I have any use for it. Alright, last call. Anything else I need to do in Butcher Block? I mean, in Caledon? No. Wait. No, because all the armor, honestly, the cloth armor is going to be better AC anyways. Yeah, true. Sorry, talking to myself. Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking is I already got my look down with the new leather armor. So it doesn't make sense to replace these cloth pieces right now because they're already giving me the same amount of AC that I would have if I was using leather. Because it's the +2, +3, etc., etc. So I'm just gonna go ahead and toss all this stuff. I really want to get to level 10 and then call it, but we'll see if that happens. What I like about EQ is that every bit of AC in low levels makes a huge difference, and I can already feel kind of like the power scaling is working. Might as well see if I can upgrade this. Perfect. All right, give me 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. What was the other one? Where's my corpse? I wanted to give me a second here. Where's my corpse? Where's my corpse? EverQuest. Has anybody seen my corpse, or where's my corpse? Let me think. I mean, I was at night Drew. Bedtime tonight. Buy music. Trying to think what third class. And then you're charge back without what did you say? Lightning wanted. Where's my corpse? I have no such music. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Baines. Oh, Baines was saying that. All right. I'll leave it up. Maybe if Baines is still here, he can let me know if it's the one with oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. 321,000 views and 76,000 views. Sheesh. It's a lot of views. All right, let's go ahead and try to get this level up. Oh, did I just one-shot him? How much XP did I get? All right. Let's keep going. Let's go kill some orcs. We gotta get SOW. Man, if we get to level 10 tonight and we get our third class, oh my gosh, that's gonna be dope. Because I really want to get the monk, and I completely forgot about the third class. I'm over here excited about SOW, Sal, and let's heal this person. Oh, wait a minute. I need to change my difficulty. Oh, crap. It defaulted me back to 0. Oh, boo. I wonder how long I have to wait before it puts me back where I need to be. I'm curious, when you change the difficulty level, does it also increase the XP gain? I would assume it does, but I don't know. Need to see if I can look that up. But let me see how much it takes. Maybe I can just grind out like 50 of these. Yeah, it's like, I'd have to kill like 50. 20% per level, I believe. Inshokuten. Thank you, Inshokuten. Inshokuten. Appreciate it. Well, as soon as it lets me upgrade my level, I will upgrade. Maybe I should try level 3. Intricate said all good. Appreciate you, man. What's the like the timer on this thing? Because all I did is zone in. It's kind of weird that man, I'm starting to lose my voice. Oh man. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know how other people do it. By my 4th hour, I'm like struggling to speak at my regular pace. Yeah, but all I did is I zoned into oh crap. Oh no. Focus. Yeah, he's interrupting me. That's not good. This is definitely a lot easier because we're not leveled up. Let's get rid of this guy first. Hey, what happened to my permanent buffs? That's weird. No, we're gonna do this guy first because I'm gonna run out of mana. Might as well use it up on him, and then I'm just gonna tank the other dude. Come on. Perfect. Yeah, we're gonna level up in no time. This is perfect. There it is. Maybe it's because I was attacking. Alright, do we want to do level 3 or level... We're going to try level 3. But honestly, with how quickly the mobs were going down just now, it might just make sense to stay on like level 0 or whatever I was at. So we'll try it. And I wonder if when you die, does it automatically reset your difficulty or not? Because if so, that might be a quick workaround where I can just... try this out, and if it doesn't work, then I'll let them take me out. Level 10. Let's do this one. Chromatics said, how important do you think starting stats are? I want to do Bard, but I kind of want Wood Elf more than Half Elf. I'd say, me personally, I'm an advocate for just like play what you want to play. And I think because of the multi-classing, stats are a bit less. Holy moly, crappy moly. Well, I guess we're committing. Give me a sec, boys. Yeah, I mean, starting stats are always gonna matter. So what I didn't know is I didn't know whether or not you put your own stats or if the stats are selected for you. So stats are selected for you. So like in character creation, you are, you know, you're tasked with selecting what class you want to do and all that other stuff. It automatically selects the stats for you, right? So obviously when you pick your race and all that other stuff, depending on if you're a half elf or wood elf, it will make a difference, because wood elves, half elves, orcs, ogres, whatever, ogres, not orcs, they all have different starting stats. So yeah, it will definitely make a difference as far as like your gameplay. But honestly, with the gear that's available, you know, jewelry and other stuff, you can always make up for whatever you're lacking. And the other thing is like, because there's so much freedom, I guess you can say, in sorry, it's hard to talk and fight at the same time. Because there's so much freedom in you know, the gear progression and everything else, I would say it shouldn't make that big of a difference. Like, in other words, just I would play, if I were you, I would play what you want to play, unless you're trying to go after min-maxing. Like, I don't think, like with the classic era EverQuest, like if you're playing on like an emulator or on a live server, then yeah, I would say it's like, yeah, be careful, you don't want to break your build, right? I think with something like this, there's a lot less of a chance for you to break the build, because you can always like subsidize it with like gear, or supplement it with gear, or with item stacking and other things. And that's kind of the philosophy, excuse me, that's the philosophy I went into this with. Is I'm like, you know what, at the end of the day, I just want to play what I think is fun, and anything that I'm lacking, I can make up for it with you know, armor or other stuff. So that's just my 2 cents. That's how I would look at it, but you know, to each his own. All right, let's do ranged first. Shoot. Kevin Hunter, Baba, how important is it? Introgoten said, when the mobs get dual class or trio class, the HP goes through the roof. Difficulty doesn't reset on death. Okay, thank you for answering that question. Kevin said, difficult job. Yeah. I'm a professional yapper. Chromatic 2006. That makes sense. I guess if you can be a tank, melee, and caster too, your starting stats will start weak in something, so later on it don't matter. Exactly. In Shoko 1069, yeah, the higher level base stats make as close to zero difference as possible. Yeah, for sure. Alright, we're at 72% to level 10. We're almost there if I can just like survive. Survive for another 15 minutes. We might be able to do this, boys. Some of the aggro range on these mobs is kind of inconsistent. Like they'll come out of nowhere and just... The past few times at least, they would be coming out of nowhere and just attacking me. It's like they spawn on top of me. See, like this dude, I think he's running towards me right now. I don't know if you just saw that, but there's this... Well, he's on me. What is going... No, he was going somewhere else. Never mind. Ranger / Druid. Hey, look, he's just like me. Oh no, he's Warrior / Paladin. Holy crap, what is he doing? Is he like harm touching me or something? Bro. This dude has crazy HP. What is that spell he keeps casting on me? Minor heal? No, that's minor healing. My nukes are barely doing any damage to him. Yo, I completely forgot that the NPCs also get class combos. And he's definitely taken advantage of his paladin skills. This guy's tanky. Whew. Alright, we need a break. We need to step aside for a second. That's crazy. Good. Chromatic said, wow, dual class mob. Yeah, we're playing on difficulty 3, so we're starting to see like more HP, more spawns. Dual, oh, we don't have to sit. Creature of habit. Yeah, the higher level base stats make us close. Snot cycle, ranger / druid. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, I said this. Stunning the crap out of me. Yeah, snot cycle. So it is. So I said this in my first video when I first started. The first thing anyone with common sense would look at me and say, "Dude, a ranger druid combo? Like seriously? You don't think that's a bit redundant?" You know? So, and I would say, yeah, you're absolutely right, because it's not like a min-max thing. You know, some of the spells are overlapping. So the main reason for this choice is just like roleplay fantasy type of like Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, Thranduil, Legolas, like that elf dual wielding sword smashing chain mail wearing ranger having fantasy. So that's kind of why I chose it. But honestly, it's been working out pretty nice. Because here's the thing, even when I play a druid in EverQuest, I've always been, I would always wish, it's like, man, I wish I could melee. Man, I wish I could do some like range damage, right? And now I'm getting to experience that. So now we got a warrior / rogue. So yeah, it's definitely an odd choice, and we're gonna see how when I level up to 10, I'm gonna be a druid, warrior. I'm sorry, ranger, druid, monk. So we'll see how that works. Feign death will definitely come in handy, considering all the fun stuff we've been having going on. Oops. Let's see if harmony sticks. course, Harmony failed. Oh, please don't let that Oracle aggro. Last thing we need is another caster on me. And of course he aggroed. We got a shaman on me. Oh, what the heck? Dude, did I just like one-shot him? Chromatic said, I like it. Inshugaten 69 Ranger Druid seems fine. Spellblade can also proc from bow shots. Yeah, I noticed that. That was super cool to see. Someone on a different stream was saying they had a wizard's ice comet procking from a bow shot. Yo, that's sick. No way. Warrior enchant. This is an enchanter, dude. Oh boy. A warrior enchanter combo. Get out of here, dude. He's got me rooted and suffocating sphere. Dude, that's a crazy combo. This definitely adds like a whole nother dynamic to the game. Like to be rewarded for my efforts though. Everything keeps getting interrupted. That's crazy. Evasive stance came in clutch. Nice. Alright, we need to heal up. There's a level yellow. I mean, level yellow. There's a yellow Centurion right there. Thank God he's only a warrior. That's pretty. Nah, man, this is cool. I mean, if I could talk normally, I would have a lot of things to say right now. But so far, this level 3 difficulty is really fun. Chromatic said, wow, doing the cloud battle, I like it. Ranger Druid. Chromatic said, it did, I think. Yep. Alright, cool. So we have, right now we're standing in evasive stance. We're going to go into offensive. Actually, let's do ranged. Oh, this witch doctor, man. What are you? Shaman / wizard. Jeez. Alright, let's see. I'm rooted again, and I'm sickened. Sheesh. Okay, I'm still rooted. No longer rooted. All right, cool. We are at 85 XP. I'm gonna med up really quick. We are so close to level 10, man. I'm excited. Chromatic, oh, 420. Jeez, it's 4:20 in the morning. Dope. It's late. All right, give me 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. Kuramith said, okay, bedtime for me, y'all. Have a good night, Kuramith. I'm in the same boat as you, but I'm going to fight it through for the next, hopefully, 15 minutes. We are so close. I'm in my, like, perfectionist mode. I'm like, just 5 more minutes, bro. Just 5 more minutes. We're about to level up. So close. And finishing the stream is going to be hard work because there's so many people today that I have to say thank you to. As is tradition. I'm going to have to say bye to you, bye to Chromatic, bye to Kevin. It's going to be a long list today. Oh, he's too far away. Crap. Jeez, this is painful. Oh boy. You gotta knock this caster out first. What are you? Monk slash shaman? This thing is tanky. Oh crap. And I'm about to be out of mana. And I'm out of mana. Why? Come on. Come on. We're so close. Don't die. 3 health. Oh. Oh, we were so close. All right, we're going to do level 1. Because honestly, I was hoping that there was going to be some like upgraded gear, like level 4, level 5, level 3, whatever. I didn't notice that much of a benefit, but I definitely felt that these dudes were hitting a lot harder, and the multi-classing was kind of crazy. So I really just want to level up so I can call it. But so we're going to finish up. Where am I going, bro? I'm not even paying attention. All right, we're back at it. I'm just going to attack everything I see until I level up. Oh, I'm not attacking. I'm a freaking dummy. You know, I said this on my first stream about like texture packs and stuff, but honestly, it looks really sharp. It's definitely playable. For a person that's used to like running 4K texture packs, I think this is totally fine. And it's not jarring, because sometimes those texture packs are like good, but also not so good. Oh, we're so close. Literally 91% of the way to level 10. Rusty Knuckles +2. Hey, don't mind if I do, because I'm about to be a monk anyways. Right? 3 damage, 24 delay. Yo, fighting a multi-class mob is crazy. Can you imagine fighting a dragon that's like 3 different classes? Well, you won't need to imagine it because that's probably what we're going to be doing soon. I still don't understand how like there's so many people that are already level 50. You know, I've seen like live streamers and content creators. They're like, well, I've reached level 50 and now I'm working on my next one. I'm like, bro, what? How the heck are you level 50? Oh, we're gonna get an ad. No, we're not. Okay, good. Get hype, get hype. We're so close. We are so close. Let me see if I can pull this dude. Please don't get any ads. Please don't get any ads. Come on. This should level me up right here. Moment of truth, here we go. Nope, that wasn't it. False alarm. Literally one more. We're at 100% XP. We're so close. He's yellow. We're gonna do ranged, and we're gonna hit him with the. Oh. We didn't level yet in Shooken, but thank you for the grats. I thought I leveled up too. We better not die right now. I'll be so pissed. There we go. Let's go. Alright, we're gonna read what it says in just a second. Crap, I'm not attacking again. Yeah, the first one was the AA noise, so we got another AA in Shooken, so I dinged. So you can say grats to that. Yeah, I dinged for the AA, so here, let's run away really quick. I just want to get out of range so I don't get any ads. Nice. All right, before we do anything else, let me do, where's my Spirit of Wolf? Ah, the most beautiful noise in the world. The sound of casting Spirit of Wolf. Nice. And then Stinging Swarm. Cool. And then let's gate. Whew. Finally. Okay, congratulations. You have reached level 10. All right, congratulations. You have reached level 10, and you can now add a third class to your loadout. Your experience moving forward will now apply to the classes that are currently active. Please be aware that once you reach level 11, you will be asked to confirm your current primary class and deity, as they will become locked to you. Additional primary classes and deities can be unlocked via untapped potential achievements or by using an unlocked token. If you haven't already, open the loadout tab. Default is N. Okay. In the inventory window, this system allows you to modify your existing loadout and add new ones. Okay. So how do I select my third class? So there's primary is Paladin, Ranger. Select secondary classes. Oh, okay, there you go. So there you go, monk. So we are officially a monk, a ranger, druid, monk. Save. Please wait while your transformation is completed. Excellent. So we are officially a ranger, druid, monk, the Warden of Faydark. Here it is, boys. And now I can use these rusty knuckles if I want to. Let's see. 3 damage, 24 delay. 3 damage, 24 delay. I think we're gonna retire this finally. Yo, let's go. Look at your boy. Nice. Anyways, it's been fun. Looking forward to the next time we come online. It's been a good time. I'm gonna say my goodbyes. This list is gonna be super long, but here we go. Kevin, you're a legend. I appreciate the donations, and thank you for giving me a good laugh today. Looking forward to the next time you're chilling with us. J.R. Stark, thank you for the drink. Thank you for hanging out. You're a legend as well, and it's been a pleasure. People like you are the reason why this is a very fun little hobby for me. Drew, ATX, always a pleasure, brother. Thank you for being here. Country Boy, thank you for the good convo, and thank you for the laughs. Peace Dog, great seeing you again. Mr. Cost 1995, I'll see you on the next one. Norrath, thank you for hanging out, brother. Hope you have a good night. Adrian TH2FJ, have a great night, brother. Bane's Way, have a wonderful night. Hopefully next time we can catch up and play that video that you mentioned. Where's my corpse or whatever. Inshokoten69, thank you for giving me the tips and helping me kind of navigate my way through some of my questions. Classic EverQuest, always a pleasure. Looking forward to your next stream, and to anyone that doesn't know, please go look up Classic EverQuest. He's a YouTuber and he has amazing content. Gerald Davey, have a wonderful night. Whoa, that's a cool looking picture you got there. It looks like I don't know, it's like some D&D type of picture. It looks like a warrior ranger or something like that. Chromatic 2006, have a wonderful night. 2006 was a good year, by the way. Yukator, always a pleasure. Make sure you guys go check out Yukator as well. Yukator is amazing. Snot Cycle, have a great night. Galaxy Drifter, have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out. Inorai, thank you for chilling, and I appreciate you. Tristan Boko, have a great night, brother. Razman1999, keep up the great work on your YouTube channel. And make sure you guys go check him out. Pags7013, have a wonderful night. Chris509JF, have a good one, brother. Dan Molina, cheers to you as always. Toads, 8513, have a good night. Augusta Chuco, have a wonderful and great night. And Diet Brondo, last but not least, thank you for making it and thank you for hanging out. You guys have a great one. Until next time, I'm Class&Cool and I'm out.